but it's a former tribunal, I'm a Catholic. No, as a Catholic, you see, but I'm saying for somebody, but it's a sense that it's a gate. Colleagues, we want to make this announcement. We are going to all enjoy the working breakfast. La Paya unokho encane nje amanzi esiwalungiselwe yikomiti lemali laKwaZulu-Natal ukuthi singagcini sesinyanyalaka umsebenzi wesizwe ngoba silambile sijabuqeda ukuze sijahe ama-talk. Sizocela ngey'nduna zenkosi nisukume njena insizwa zakithi. Ngiyazi abanye benu bavuke ngo-2 ekuseni indlula uMasondo irepotha yonke into kumina. Athi nizoba yinkosi njengoba nizoyithatha. Sizocela iy'nduna zenkosi niye laphayana kayizani ma-officials nabahlonishwa. Umuntu lesikhathi ama-10 sidishe bese sizohlala phansi sidle umhlangano uqhubeke. Njengoba ngilokhu kafuna manje ngize kuma-apologies. Sithole nezihoxiso ezilandelayo. Sithole isixoliso esiqhamuka kumama uCele uMamTef, who is the chairperson of the Cogta Portfolio Committee in KwaZulu-Natal, who is deployed to debate in a debate at the NCOP. And she requested to connect Nati, but when the time for her to be involved at the national level, she will opt out. So that's the request that the lady made yesterday. Who connected the virtually, MamTef. Sicela sihlalo weCogta odelive u-631 million wey'nduna. Awuvele nje iy'nduna zenkosi zibophe. Ngakho-ke lokho kuyintombazanyana bafowethu. Kuzalwa usibani wami. Siyabonga kakhulu uMamTef Mviswemvula umsebenzi omuhle owenzayo aleka sibani wami. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Siyabonga Sisalu, siyabonga kakhulu.
Ngithi manje ngizofuzela abazukulu bami kwaCele yikho mina kuntomazanyana ngoba mina elokhu ngihlobene noyise nobina. Siyabonga MamCele. We also received an apology from Honorable Rogers, a very good analyst in the Portfolio Committee on Finance. A very good analyst. And Rogers has apologized, but he has got his own substitution. I tried here as a new member of the Finance Portfolio Committee for today. I want to mention this. DA is doing exceptionally well whenever its member is not present in the meeting. They will provide the substitute and the rules of the legislature. And they are very consistent in doing so. We wanted to encourage all of us to do the same. We also received an apology from uMongqongqoshe wakaCogta omusha who connected the uMaStro virtually, and is one of the ways. And siyomcela nje mase kufika isikhathi sakhe akwazi ukuthi akhulume nathi enze ama-remarks. Let's hope the network is not going to let her down. These are the apologies that we received. Is there any other one? Oh, no, I am also getting 2 other apologies. The one comes from Honorable Umntwana wakwaButhelezi, uSisuphumzile, and uProposile naye uNdaba Ezithe. Sibuye sathola futhi ne-apology eqhamuka umhlonishwa uXhwala naye u-apologizile naye. And then the following honorable members are connected virtually. You can see them there in your virtual platform. My own chairperson in Cogta, my own chairperson in SCOPA, Honorable Governor, and my own fellow member in the Finance Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable the Takura Spansi, and my own leader and honorable member Zed Umete. They are also committed, are connected to each one. We really thank them. If you cannot make it physically, you connect with each one. As long as you cool. Njengamanje-ke sinohlelo-ke esilandelayo balomhlangano agenda yethu. There are 2 hearings that we are going to run. Is the hearing on vote number 11, which is the Cogta department. In that department, we are going to get the presentation from the department, but the department is going just to confirm to us as to whether the information that we received from the drafts of the APP, is there any new information, so that you zoom on that new information, so that we adopt the budget as Cogta as well as the APP. We are going to assist us. We are not going to go through the APP because the Finance Portfolio Committee is not involved in that process. So we cannot adopt something that we don't know, which we have not been part of this process. And Cogta Portfolio Committee will be given that opportunity so that they are not worried. I was in the meeting yesterday, where SPA and researcher, I was told that many portfolio committees don't submit the reports in the legislature, in terms of the rules of the legislature. That's why we want that adopted the budget monthly and then be submitted to the chairperson of committees in the House. The same will happen with vote number 6. So that's the procedure that we are going to get. So there are 2 hearings that we are going to have, running differently from the manner we have been running them, because we want to factor in the adoption of these 2 particular reports in each and every department. So that's what the agenda of the day is going to be. And we also want to remind you, portfolio committees, that by the end of March 2023, your committees are demanded to have adopted the AOPs of the new financial year, because the 1st of April is the new financial year. So you to do the oversight over them, you will find a way of dealing with it. We did not cater it in this program. So that's what we wanted just to announce, so that all of us are found to be compliant with the rules of our legislature. So the agenda has been tabled. We want to check if there is anyone who's moving for the adoption of the agenda. Any mover and the second of the agenda. Mntwana njani ngivelo wena abantwana. Abantwana, their hands are up, nelandunankulu wakhona. Honorable P. Zulu, Phakamile Zulu.
I move for the adoption.
Thank you very much. Ndabezitha.
Yeah, I second.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madloko, maybe you are countering, I don't know. Or you are not, you are covered. Thank you very much. I am told there are hands that are up in the virtual platform. The first one was that one on the chairperson of my portfolio committee. And with the hand of Honorable Takura Spans has just disappeared. But if it disappeared by a mistake, Honorable Member, I will allow you to shout. Yes, Honorable Chairperson of Cogta. Well, the network was Barwan. Honorable Chair of Cogta.
No, it was a hand, Chair, to adopt your agenda.
Oh yeah, because it's a joint meeting. Thank you very much, Khalwa. I'm happy now and you're happy.
I know, I'm happy, Chair.
This one vote.
Thanks.
And this one vote. Can you change anything? We are going to go before this. Now can you? We're to Swahili. For more than close to 40 years with 5 children. Okay, so that's what we got no continue. We're chaos in the Romana. Sinduna sizocela nisukume bafowethu nonke siyothelana namba zomsebenzi wepresentation bese nami ngiyasukuma. Kwazi ukuthi kutholakala bafowethu okwamasi. So we are continuing with our agenda. We are now inviting the newly appointed MEC for Cogta, Honorable B. Employee, to give us some remarks. Honorable MEC, I don't see your things in the system. Oh, now you're going to go big as a story. Let what you want to put in. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Finance and honorable members of portfolios, Chairperson of our portfolio, Cogta, Honorable Cele, honorable members of the both portfolio committees. Chair, my apology that I have to be virtual. I thought initially you said you are going to have a meeting in around Jozini, and also that the Minister for Water, I was supposed to join him. I was hoping that I was going to join you there and then move to join him. So I was told yesterday afternoon that you are no longer going there. My apology for that. I attended virtually because of that. To you and to the honorable members. Greetings to your guest, Izinduna, Zezizwe Zamakhosi. Team yakwa Cogta led by HOD Dubani, and also all other support staff, particularly from the legislature that is assisting us in ensuring that this meeting are coordinated and are taking the shape that they're supposed to. I want to greet all of you in this morning. I know that I'm a new MEC of Cogta, but one will focus on the work of today. We really appreciate the words that you have put, and also of appreciation to the work of Izinduna that has been done by Department of Cogta with all the various participants that has ensured that we achieve the back pay for Izinduna for that particular period. I think I must also indicate that the back pay is for those Izinduna within the category of 2013 to 2016. But we'll further explain the categories that we have those Izinduna that are still in the system working as Izinduna, and those that were terminated and those that passed on. But we were directed by the Premier on the 2nd in the meeting that he called for all Izinduna representatives throughout the province, that we are going to ensure that we go to those Izinduna, and we are not going to outline how much the Izinduna are going to get, because that may cause a number of problems. Hence, we know that at the moment we are also trying to grapple with the situation of killings of Izinduna, and we don't want to further exacerbate that situation, that we are trying to pull ourselves together in trying to assist. Hence, we had a joint meeting in dealing with the safety of Amakosi and Izinduna and councillors. Honorable Chairperson and members and honorable members, we want to thank you for allowing us to participate in this budget hearing of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Trade Affairs as we finalize input for budget vote number 11, vote 11, and the final MTEF budget for the 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, and 26 financial years. We want to thank all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee and the members of the Cogta Portfolio Committee for the oversight that they perform on the department to ensure that we fulfill our constitutional mandate and meet the expectations of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We appreciate that government is operating in a context of a constrained fiscal where every rand must not only be accounted for, but must be accounted in to improve the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, whom are battling to make the ends meet because of the challenges, economic situation compounded by load shedding. Chairperson, the provision of basic services to all South Africans and ensure that quality services meet the needs of the poorest of the poor who were neglected by colonialism and apartheid remains a key pillar of our transformation agenda. It is part of our journey to build a South Africa which is truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, equal, and prosperous. The investments that our government makes in the delivery of water, sanitation, and electricity infrastructure is an investment in the vision of a better life for all. The National Development Plan instructs us that in order to support long-term developmental goals, our country needs to focus on investing in basic services like electricity, water, and sanitation. As Cogta, we remain keen to ensure that the local sphere of government, working with other spheres of government through the district development model, succeeds in creating a truly sustainable developmental local government which can tackle the root cause of underdevelopment, poverty, inequality, and unemployment. This is a task we must carry together with the institution of traditional leadership, our councillors, and indeed the men and women employed as public servants in municipalities and government departments. The Constitution of the Republic enjoins us as representative to be transparent and consultative to ensure that budget of the department addresses the need of the people and stakeholders. Honorable members, allow me to briefly highlight the key areas addressed by today's budget process before the leadership of the administration takes us through the detailed presentation. We state in our departmental presentation that in our input 6 to inform the Finance Portfolio Committee on the final draft MTEF budget submission for 2023-24, 24-25, 25-26 financial years. In preparing our presentation, we have taken into account Treasury guidelines of the medium-term expenditure framework. We seek to utilize the budget allocation for the 23-24 financial year to carry out our legislative mandate of coordinating spheres of government, supporting local government to promote good governance, enhance financial management in municipalities for improved service delivery, providing support and build the capacity of traditional institutions. The resources allocated will also be utilized to develop guidelines and procedures to better administer and effectively coordinate traditional government. Program 1, administration with supports service of the other 3 programs and ensure that they are capable to perform their functions. And I'm not going to bore you with all the programs. As you would aware that we have 4 programs. As I have indicated, I will just indicate that they are the programs. We have program 1, which is administration, program 2, which is local government, program 3, which is development and planning, program 4, which is traditional affairs. Honorable members, the 2020 to 2025 strategic plan of KwaZulu-Natal, Cogta, contains this impact statement to guide its work and program. It says sustainable, responsive, and accountable local government and traditional institution. In this regard, we want to utilize allocated budget to realize improved municipal and traditional institutional capacity, improve coordination of service delivery, improve institutional capacity, given the challenges of water and reality of adverse weather patterns, the emergence of climate change, and the recent declared state of national disaster on electricity to mitigate and end load shedding. Cogta has amongst its priorities in the MTF the goals of implementation of water and electricity master plans, supporting municipalities with disaster management planning to incorporate climate change adaptation programs, early disaster warning systems for the province through installation of integrated disaster communication system. Honorable chairpersons, we want also to indicate that the cabinet has also instructed Cogta to look at matters of the issue of the payment of the secretaries. I know that we don't have much in our coffers, but we will try and see how can we meet them halfway, even if we are not going to give them what we will call a decent salaries that one will expect from government. But we'll try and meet them halfway, because we are looking at the amount which the deputy president, when visited our province, indicated that they were going to sort the issue of Izinduna as the national government, and the province, and particularly the Department of Cogta, must look within its coffers to ensure that we meet halfway our TC secretaries. Hence, we are looking at that, being guided by the Premier and the Cabinet to do that. We are going to bring back the report to the Portfolio Committee and also to the Finance, advising where did we get the money and how much that is going to cost us, and get the resolution from the Portfolio Committee in support and the legislature. We are going to deal with that before we present our budget, so that all that we intend to do is done within this financial year that we are presenting. Those are the remarks that I want to put forth, and allow me to pause here and allow the management to take us through the entire presentation, as the chairperson of the finance and also my chairperson of the Portfolio Committee has guided that we should actually allow the team to present the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, for allowing us. Can I then hand over to my team, led by HOD Tubane and our CFO. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable LBC. Hey, Colin, in Suzuzu, 2 lights is a shout amanda. I let you TC centuries. Yeah. These are the victories of Loma Manoagate. This matter has been raised very strongly in the Portfolio Committee. Yakumbula njenye Suzuzu ngibale ngegama. Yathi exchange ama-blows noTubane. Mamucela iholo lwakho nalo ngqongqoshe omusha engathi luzosisa eKhanani. Thank you very much. Colleagues, as we indicated earlier on, when we deal with Cogta, we deal with 2 items. The first one must be on the APP. because we would not get into details on that one. We would want to check HOD and your team as to whether out of the drafts that you have been given to our own portfolio committee, there are any changes. Because I know we have been dealing with them on a quarterly basis. And if there are changes, just highlight those so that we'll be able to adopt that APP. And that will be followed by the budget. APP, ama-targets azofundwa kanje, and we take it over to you as our MEC has requested. Sibonge kakhulu Masithole ngqongqoshe omusha oganele kwaMloyi for ama-remarks akho abaluleke kakhulu, addressed a number of critical issues. Bonakala ukuthi ngempela nuhulumeni niyasebenza. HOD and your team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the Chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Chairperson of the Cogta Portfolio Committee, Honorable MEC, members of the Portfolio Committee, it's in June that are the guests of the Chairperson, colleagues who are joining meeting up on a virtual platform. Chairperson, there are two issues pertaining to the adoption of the APP that I would bring to the attention of the Court. After we had submitted our final draft to PPME and OTP, there were certain amendments that they suggested that we take into. But I think one of those come from the Portfolio Committee for Cogta. I'll indicate which one these are. The first one relates to the alignment to gender responsive planning. I think that's what government now wants everyone to do. APP have some indicators that know to the issues of gender. The second one, it has been there, but there is a serious and a sharp focus now in relation to the appointment of people with disability. Our original target was 2%. We exceeded that 2 point, I think we exceeded at 2.4 at some stage. But it would appear now that we need to add people with disabilities on top of the original target, as well as the focus on capacitating other vulnerable groups in line with the workplace environment. They are listed then the vulnerable groups, and we have conducted a skills plan, workplace skills plan last year, but it would appear going forward. Now we must put proper focused interventions on those. The other one, which really is the strengthening of our IT infrastructure as a department. There are some weaknesses which it is felt they must be escalated to the IT, to the APP. And the other one, I think the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Cogta recommended last when we met, is the inclusion of research study to investigate legislation that hinder effective functioning of local government. I think it was the last Portfolio Committee where the Chairperson very strongly that we need to attend to some of these challenges, which I think when we appear in the committee, we started with that, and the resolution was that let's try and align this into an APP so that we can effectively report on them. The other one is the enhancement of intervention on disaster management. The Auditor General, when the Auditor General did they made certain recommendations that for Cogta to effectively respond to disasters, we need to revisit our staff structure for disasters. That is what we are doing now, and I think that work will also be presented to the NEC. And the last one in the enhancement of intervention on the delivery of services, such as supporting municipalities with implementation of the electricity master plan, and as well as water master plan. So those are the new additions from what, apart from what we brought to the community. That is the first issue that I wanted to bring to the committee. The second one, you could call them that we've got a NEC who assumed the portfolio recently. We have scheduled a session at a strategic level to engage the NEC on the APP. There is the likelihood then that the NEC might give further directions, and that will happen before the end of March, so that the final draft that will submit also take into account some of the directives that the NEC may want included in the AP. So those are the changes, and that was been for the committee, also indicating that before the end of March, we have met with the NEC, and once that is done, we'll also report to the portfolio committee on the suggestions or the directives that the NEC have given. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I think you are hearing this. I don't think it would be wise for us. I was about to request Mrs. Mshengo to expatiate on the new areas and all the stuff. But the last point that has been raised by Mshengo, the directives from the NEC that might affect the APP, not might require that we wait for the adoption of the APP for that process, so that eventually we adopt the APP. That's what I think we should do. Rather than to get the details at the moment, I think this would be the best route to go. So that I was about to invite Madam Shengo to give us some details on these 7 areas that the HOD mentioned. But because of the last point, and then I feel that we should impose the route of engaging on these areas. We'll engage in the meeting of ourselves as Cogta Portfolio Committee. Where Mamuslando, platform yakho. What is your view on what I'm suggesting?
I totally agree with you, Chair. If there were some changes and suggestions that the Honourable MEC want to add in the APP, and listening to all the things that the HOD has spoken of, mainly the ones that we raised as a portfolio committee, the one on the legislations that we need to look into. I think it's quite imperative for us to wait, but we will be guided by the portfolio committee, of course, of Cogta. I think we do have some members as well who are here. Let's check what's the feeling of members, but I don't see a train smash, Chair. Thanks.
Whereas, honourable members of Cogta Portfolio Committee, what is your view? Hey, no, it seems as if we're in agreement. No, you will work out this one before the end of this month, and even on the eve of the 31st, if we could adopt that before 12 o'clock, so that the APP we know is taken in. Then we are now coming to the presentation of the budget to fund the targets that will be appearing in the final APP. So I want to invite you, Mhlegazi, and your team to take us through the budget. I know you have been taking us through, but But you must know now there's a sister committee of ours called the Finance Portfolio Committee. That's why they would need to know everything around your own budget. So I'm handing over to you, HOPL team.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Chair, I prepared the summarized version of the budget, but I think for this platform, we would want is that we table in full. And in the interest of time, Chair, I would request that I don't make my summarized presentation, but to allow the CFO take the committees as well as the MEC through the presentation of the budget.
Thank you, Accounting Office. Aside all you have been given this powerful position to take us through it.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. A very good morning to you, and a very good morning to the honorable members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. A very good morning to the Cogta Portfolio Committee led by the chairperson, as well as the HOD and my colleagues and the support staff members, and also greetings to my honorable MEC, Masole. Chairperson, in terms of the presentation and in terms of the invites that we received, you will see that the presentation is in alignment in terms of the evaluation that was required by the portfolio committee. In terms of checking specific and certain matters, in terms of the alignment of our budget to the national and provincial priorities, and as well as it will cover the issue of the transfers and the conditional grant funding, as well as the donor funding. We'll also go into details in terms of then how the budget is spread out in terms of meeting these priorities of the department. Chairperson, just to start off on slide 4, and this is where we just show our journey in terms of the drafting of the budget and the various drafts where we submitted the final draft on the 11th of January 2023. This was, Chairperson, also presented to the Cogta Portfolio Committee, and we did also go out for public engagement led by the Honorable Chairperson of the Cogta Portfolio Committee in January. So we submitted to Provincial Treasury on the 11th of January 2023. As a department, looking at the years ahead of us, we're looking at 2023-24, 24-25, and 25-26. And as a department, we will continue to coordinate the spheres of government, supporting the local governments to promote good governance and enhance financial management in municipalities to improve service delivery. And as well, we will continue to support and build the capacity of the traditional institutions. And these are actually covered like 6 to 8, where we are actually having an outlook in terms of the Mtef, and slide 6 covers what we want to or what we are all about in terms of the local government, in terms of the support that is provided for the municipalities and the implementation of our DDM with the focus on the one budget. And also we are supporting the municipalities to be functional, and also looking at issues of how their municipal oversight processes actually work. At times, Chairperson, and also as in terms of the support that we provide to municipalities, we do also deploy our governance and finance experts to municipalities to assist with the required skills and where there is a need. In terms of the outlook for the development planning branch, which is on slide 7, you see the focus area in terms of the implementation, the water master plan, and some of the intervention programs that we have as a department, and as well as the support in terms of implementing the electricity master plan, and also supporting municipalities in implementing the electricity asset management. The traditional institutional management support and outlook is on slide 8, and these are the support that is provided in terms of enhancing the institutional governance by dealing with matters such as the disputes and undertaking the recognition of Amakosi and providing support to deceased Amakosi families and also participation of Amakosi municipal councils. There are various activities here, Chairperson, because there's also included the updating of the family trees and profiling of Izizwe and so forth. I think, as the Honourable MEC has indicated, we did have a long outstanding matter which goes very far back in terms of the Izinduna back pay. And we'll see in this budget in terms of the allocation amount which was received from the National Fiscus in terms of settling this back pay. And this, Chairperson, as you also mentioned in your opening remarks, it did cause a material uncertainty relating to the financial sustainability of the department. And I think with this now, we will then see also in our engagements with the auditor that this has been removed, because all this time there was no financial guarantee in terms of what really backs up this provision that you have put in the financial statements. And we can today confidently say this amount will be settled in the 2023-24 financial year. Also, as my Honourable MEC had also indicated in terms of the current costing exercise that we are finalizing in the department, which is the cost implications associated with the increase of the TC secretaries and stipends. This Chairperson, has also been a long outstanding matter, and it's also one of those which will be finalized in this financial year.
Can you close your system, please? Can you muted, please? Because we are just doing the presentations. Continue your phone.
Thank you, Chairperson. In slide 11, really, it's just a repetition, but more focused in terms of the current financial year, where we're looking at the top priorities of the department, and this is all that we covered in the preceding slides. When we start now with the budget itself, Chairperson, on slide 13, just having a look in terms of what is presented over a 7-year period, this covers what was the audited outcomes and where we are currently in terms of the 2022-23 financial year and going ahead in terms of the medium-term estimates. We can see that the budget of Cogta is mainly coming from the people share of 2.441 billion, and there is also an EPWP grant that will be given to the department of 1.9 million rands. And this in total, Chairperson, gives us an allocation of 2.443013 billion rands. If you look, Chairperson, in terms of where we come from, in terms of the 22-23 financial year, one might say that yes, it looks like there has been a huge jump, it's 34%. But I think mainly it's relating to this one's of a allocation that we have received for the payment of the big pay for Izinduna of 631 million rands. So this then you can see that there has been an increase from 1.8 billion to 2.4, but this amount of 631 million will be used in the 2023-24 financial year, because if you look now in the 24-25 financial year, there has been a drop again in terms of the allocation to the department, because in that particular financial year, the amount for the allocation has not been included. If we move to slide 14, in terms of the receipt, what we have budgeted for in terms of revenue, we have included that, Chairperson, the types of revenues that we are looking to collect, and around the items of sale of goods and services other than capital assets, the interest that we actually derive from debt, sale of capital assets, that is sale of redundant assets. And also we have a category there in terms of the recoveries that are made by the departments. For example, if a staff member has breached a bursary, then we do collect that bursary back if they have not met the requirements. In total, Chairperson, in the 2023-24 financial year, we're looking to collect 5.5 million rands. When we look at the budget allocation and going forward in terms of what we will be doing in terms of our expenditure, on slide 15, Chairperson, we have actually presented this allocation of 2.4 billion and we have shown it in terms of programs. And if we look at the highest program at the moment, it is the traditional institutional management, which has been allocated 1.2 billion rand out of this 2.4, which makes it 50%. And we know the reason why, that there is that 631 million that is sitting in there. The second highest program would be that of administration, which provides support. And the third highest is that of development and planning, 434 million, which is equivalent to 18%. And lastly, the program for local government, which is 322 million, which represents 13% of the entire budget. And importantly to note, Chair, is that I think before the department actually absorbed the payment of Izinduna, I think the highest program would have or had always been that of program 3 for development and planning, but it had to cater all these payments. So hence you'd see that program 4 takes the largest portion of the budget of the department. On slide 16, it is again showing the allocation, but now not looking at it in terms of programs. We're looking at it in terms of how then it is distributed in terms of the economic classification. And if we look at the economic classification, the top 3 chairperson under goods and services, we see an amount of 1.5 billion. This is where the projects and the operational costs are catered for. The second highest is COE, and the third highest would be the 39.9 million for buildings and other fixed structures. This is as well shown nicely in terms of the graph that is on slide 17, just to see the competing priorities within the department and how we have distributed what we have received. We have explained, Chairperson, on slide 18 and slide 19 in terms of what actually under the economic classification and what we actually include. And we know in compensation of employees, it's the payments to the employees, the filling of the vacancies, and also the living adjustments of 3% has been catered for. And it also includes the appointment of the departmental interns as well as those that are at our municipality. In terms of goods and services, these are our projects which are covered throughout the various programs. And importantly to note is that in terms of the classification of the payment to the TC secretaries and Izinduna, their economic classification is sitting under goods and services. So hence why we saw the 1.5 billion being allocated to goods and services on slide 16. The other categories are transfers that we make to municipalities and other institutions, and also the non-profit institutions. We know, Chairperson, on an annual basis, there is a transfer that you make to the trust account to support the entire Amarula Festival. There is also the category of the households. This is where we make payments to the bursaries and external bursaries, and as well as if anyone leaves the department, we take into consideration that and they are paid their staff and exit costs for this. And we'll see that if you look over the Mtef years, there is a reduction in terms of the availability of the funds. The same goes for if we look at the buildings and other fixed structures. This is where we're looking at the construction of your CSCs and the Izinduna. And as well as the machinery and equipment, this is where we procure the office furniture and computer equipment and so forth. So these as well, in terms of their allocation over the Mtef years, we see that there needs to be scaling down of these because of the availability of the funds and allocation to the department. When we go to program 1, and it will be the same method for each program, it just explains what each program is all about. And then we have a look at the general review and we look at the program in terms of what it has in terms of the economic classification and as well as the service delivery measures. And then we have also provided to the honorable members the major cost drivers for that particular program. So as we know, program 1 and also indicated by our honorable MEC in her opening remarks, support department to the support directorate. where it supports the entire department, also in terms of ICT systems and so forth. Here we have the Office of the MC and Corporate Services, and we've shown their allocation in terms of the corporate services with 438.7 million, and the Office of the MC 15.3 million. The service delivery measures are on slide 23, and here on slide 24 that we're looking at the major cost drivers is the end of the audit cost of 9.3 million. The state operating costs and software licenses in terms of the department being able to operate on a day-to-day basis. We have budgeted 58.3 million. Legal costs, 10 million. And in terms of the operational costs, in terms of the electricity services and gardening services, cleaning services, security services, we have budgeted 46.9 million rand. And in terms of the property payments, which includes our rentals, renovations, we've budgeted 17.2 million rand. And for our fleet services, which includes our departmental fleet and our water tankers, we have budgeted 20.1 million rand. So these are the cost drivers in terms of this particular major cost drivers in terms of this particular program. When we look at program 2, the same thing. This is the program that supports and promotes and enhances governance and administration and public participation in local government. They have 322.5 million rand. And we can see it's mainly around the compensation of employees on slide number 26, which is 271.3 because of the type and nature of the that we provide the municipality. There is an amount of 50.1 million for goods and services. And when we look at the major cost drivers of this particular program on slide 28, we see the compensation of employees coming up and the forensic investigation where we have budgeted 4 million and where this is required. And also looking at the deployment of our experts, we have put aside 4.9 million for the deployment of governance experts, and financial experts we put 7 million. And also in terms of revenue and debt management, we have budgeted 12.7 million rand. So these are the major cost drivers for the program. Moving ahead to program 3 in terms of and planning program. And which looks at enhancing and promoting development within the entire province. Again, here we have actually on slide 30 shown the various sub-directorates within our spatial planning, land use management, local economic development, and actually shown how much has been allocated to each, which totaled to the total 434 million rands that has been allocated to program 3. The service delivery measures for program 3 are on slides 21, and all these are aligned to the APP. And we see on slide 32 the major cost drivers in terms of the projects that we have. And we have under EPWP learnership program where we put aside 9.4 million. And we have the Warren Leaks program, which will be done internally, where we've put aside 10 million rands. And we have put 15.7 million rands for the small farm rehabilitation, 27.1 million rands for electrification projects. And we also have water intervention projects where we have put aside 71 million rands. And there is also instances where we are required to also support in terms of our municipalities in terms of disaster management. And we have put aside 9 million rands for this because you do get some municipalities still requesting maybe the assistance in terms of the building of their disaster management center and so forth. And we also have put 17.7 million rands in terms of our emergency stock relief, where we include items like the plastic sheeting, the providing of the lighting conductors, and the installation of fire alarms as well. In terms of the new construction of CSCs and the rehabilitation and refurbishment of TACs, we have included in our budget an amount of 39.9 million rands. When we move along, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, to Program 4, which is the program for our traditional and institutional management. We see the amount that has been allocated on slide 34 of 1.2 billion, and it's mainly between the traditional institutional administration and the traditional resource administration. Again, here, honorable members, if we look at slide 34, the amount that is highest is sitting for goods and services at 1 billion and 048, and this is where the salaries for Izinduna is mostly is included. So hence why you see that it takes up the largest portion in terms of what has been allocated to the program. And we see their cost, the major cost drivers again on slide 37. This is the payment of cost salaries are at 83.3 million. And in this financial year, the payment of Izinduna salaries is 998 million rand. For TC secretaries, I think this will increase as soon as that exercise has been finalized as once indicated by the Honorable MEC. When it comes to transfers to municipalities, Honorable Chairperson and members, the department has a transfer manual which guides what should exactly happen. And there's also a grant measure and business plans that are all prerequisites before any transfer can take place. So where business plans have not been signed and MOAs have not been signed, the transfer does not take place. This transfer is vetted against a checklist by our monitoring and evaluation unit. And this business plan, when you look at it, it is checked for clear and measurable deliverables, and the project budget must be linked to time frame. So this is what the unit uses actually to monitor these projects that are happening at the municipalities. We also have, in terms of our monitoring mechanisms, a project manager assigned to each transfer payment who's actually responsible for setting up a steering committee to monitor the project accordingly. Also, a grant register is updated on a monthly basis. This is actually provides information at all times in terms of the progress and what is currently happening. And it assists actually the senior management to be up to date in terms of what happens. We also do perform independent site visits that are conducted by the MEP unit, besides that of the project manager, just to check what is happening on site. We have included it on slide 40 in terms of how it's included in terms of the indicator of the annual operational plan of the department, which actually ensures that these grants are monitored on a monthly basis. Chairperson, there was a question to ask the department whether there was any donor funding. We haven't received anything, and that is reflected on slide 42. And also in terms of our conditional grants now that we receive as a department, that is included in slides 44, and only the EPWP grant, where we have been allocated an amount of 1.96 million rands. And this amount, Chairperson, if we look at the previous financial year, there is a slight reduction, but it does not have anything to do with our performance as a department, because we know as a department, on top of this 1.96, we actually add or co-fund 7.5 million rand, and this amount of the actual grant is normally spent within the first quarter of the financial year. So we do co-fund this amount, and this is the only grant that has been allocated to the department, and it has been 100% for the past, I don't know how many years, but it has been 100% all the time. And when we move on to the summary of infrastructure payments, we have just included a table to show the honorable members in terms of how the department has allocated funding for infrastructure. And we're looking at existing infrastructure, and each explanation is covered on slides 47 and 48. And this is where we say for existing infrastructure in terms of maintenance and refurbishments, we've put aside 38.1 million rands into the budget. In terms of building new infrastructure assets, we've put aside 19.1 million. And in terms of the transfers, we've put aside 15.7 million. We also pay for leases. So in terms of this category, we say that for the leases of our various buildings, we've put aside 29 million, and also for costs that are associated with infrastructure projects, like, for example, the personnel costs, the capital equipment, and any costs associated. So to make that project reach the stage where management intends it to be, we've put aside 23.2 million rands. Chairperson, that is the budget for the department of Cogta for the 2023-24 financial year, where in terms of the department we will be utilizing in terms of implementing the priorities and keeping within the limits and what is available to the department in terms of the spending of that 2.4 billion rand. This is my submission, the check of the comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I wondered why did you look at me when we were talking about conditional grant? No, we have been still to hear to officials. They will even guess who will be fighting over a specific issue. Now, colleagues, I think the presentation has been made in detail of both the committees. I want to check HOD and the team if there are any additions before I allow members to engage in the presentation. Honorable members, both in the virtual platform and the members who are present here in both committees, we are handing over to you for questions and comments on the budget as tabled by the CFO mandate by the HOD. Can I check if then your system does not allow the hand punching? I won't get offended when you are shouting, because you can't be locked out. I don't want that. I see the hand of Mark and the hand of CQ and the hand of Roger, the new Roger, and the hand of Mtimande. Induna ngikhohle ukuchaza asivumelekile ukungena abafana bakwethu kuhle ngoba kade ngaphakamisa mina nje ngizo-observe induna zenkosi mase kuzothathwa iy'nqumo okuhle kodwa bese niyabona khona nokuthi asisebenzi thina eParliament. Ngabona sikhuluma ngemali engaka sibhekiseni nesede siyasebenza induna zenkosi siyasebenza. In that order, I see the hand on the virtual platform. That is the hand of Honorable Rajbans, and I see the hand of my portfolio committee chairperson. I see the hand of the other hand is not shown in that group of 20-something people. Yeah, but you will shout, Honorable Member, if then there is a time. If you see that I did not recognize you, Honorable de Klerk, I will then
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Governor has a hand up.
Oh, Honorable Governor, oh, I wasn't showing you. You were appearing in the 28th. Oh, that's fine, Honorable Governor. You would no more chronic underspending in this department. That is your phrase that you enjoyed so much before. Honorable de Klerk, you will come after the last one, out of those who are physically present, and then those that are in the virtual platform will allow them to start their own group. I'm not discriminating them. In that order, please, Ndabezitha.
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings to HOD, Honorable MC on the visual, members of the Portfolio Committee present. CFO and team. No, Chair, it's just a comment with the good work that is done by our department. I think the relations that are between ourselves and the department and the portfolio committee, it shows that there is a positive working relationship and there is bearing fruits. Firstly, I think one needs to appreciate the provision that has been made in the compensation of employees within the MTEF period. You can see, therefore, there is a provision of compensation, and therefore there is no gaps in terms of those the salaries of the employees. The well-planned filling of posts of 210 posts from the department sides. It shows that the department has got a well-planned vision. It's got a well orchestrated vision of making sure that there is no gaps, there are no vacant posts in the department. And also the monitoring mechanization program with local municipalities. You see, if the department has decreased the monitoring, we'll have a lot of problems in municipalities. But of course, there is a lot that should be done in terms of ensuring that on our local municipalities, I can say is on the drainage systems. The problem you have when there are floods is the issue of drainage systems in our local municipalities. There's no maintenance plan in terms of drainage systems. I don't know whether how the department will work out in ensuring that the drainage system is fixed and there is a proper maintenance plan within municipalities. And also then we'll appreciate also the immediate season, the increase budget of the immediate season. As Baba would say, is a Caesar following Amakos and in that can see now that there are plans that are made for our TCs and the immediate season. So I think it will go back and tell Amakos there are proper plans that are made by the department, that are made by the government of today to ensure that you are looked over and are taken care of as Amaposi or and the owners and course. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mageba. Renosenzinkulu. Unankulu wasenzinkulu. Thank you.
And Mr. So thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and the colleagues.
Please don't forget to get refreshments, colleagues. No fruitless and wasteful expenditure from my own budget. I'm like that CFO. They can't take terms of monitoring of the budget. Yes, and in the Dunango.
No, thank you very much. Greetings to colleagues, Honorable MEC, and the chairperson of the Cogta Portfolio Committee and team that she has come up with to listen to these hearings of the department that she's playing oversight on. Greetings to HOB and your team, sir. We are proud of you since I came here in 2019 because I'm a new MPN here. But you have been performing very well with your team. I think therefore the good team that is supporting you together with the MEC, that the former MEC, Ubaba Uzomunga, the way you represented us in the government of KwaZulu-Natal, it's really what we expect, and we appreciate the good work that we are doing. And we hope that all the departments, as we have seen, are now following suit to get clean audits. But you were leading. I'm saying because when I joined this, my committee also, OTP, was not getting clean audit. And I know, and we came and we play an oversight. Now we talk about the department that is having clean audit, which we promote. But on the other side, as I greet Izinduna, Izinduna esinazo namhlanje, we welcome Izinduna, the guest of the old man. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi sinezinduna. Siyabonga futhi umsebenzi omuhle. We have been following about these funds zokuthi induna zakithi zikwazi ukuthola imali. We always raising the finance committee. No lento ayisibeki kahle kuba sengazi ukuthi thina njengabantu abamele umphakathi la kwisishayamthetho asiwenzi kahle umsebenzi. Thanks for supporting izinduna abasinikeze yona bebekezele kuze kufike lesi sikhathi. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi namhlanje sesikhuluma ukuthi u-HOD baya-confirm ukuthi sino 631,083 million okufanele ukuthi ube i-back pay yenduna. And this old man on my left also has been fighting about this thing. I thought maybe usefuna ukuthi naye maye retire babe yinduna. So I picked the funding. So siyabonga kakhulu umsebenzi omuhle owenzekile nokubamba ama-portfolio committee abe-relevant from i-committee lika Ucele, i-committee lika-Stalo kanye ne-committee lika-Premier, because we raising it ku-Premier ukuthi when are they going to really finalize this thing? They must put pressure at a national level because it was not within our competence to really take a decision on that particular matter. Siyabonga ke namhlanje. Bengifuna ukucheck nje Honorable Chair, we appreciate the work that is done by this department. I want to check, I've seen some under expenditures, from 2019, 2020, and the request of the rollovers. And it's always become our concern because sometimes some of the requests for rollovers are not approved. And you'll find that that money will go back. If you look at on KK's book, you can see the money that was surrendered to the national revenue, which was 9.9 million at that time. And also there was on the on 518, page 518, when you look at the projects, the critical projects that the HOD has indicated, the projects, water, electricity, the money that was rolled over, and also the community service centers also that were rolled over, but later on not approved by National Treasury to roll over again. But I think maybe the department, if they can share with us whether are they still having that problem of rollovers, because when you roll over for the one financial year and also the next financial year you fail to spend that particular money, it doesn't augur well because it's like 2 financial years. But because it's previous years, I think maybe they will share with us what is it that they have done or the mechanisms that they have put in place, because our concern was in 2021 that there were those rollovers, and they are talking about sanitation, electricity backlog. And we want to check whether they do have mechanism in place now that will make us at ease that no, there will be no monies that will be rolled over and come the second financial year, rolled over again, and then refused by the National Treasury and goes back to National Treasury. The last one, Chair, is around the issue of a conditional grant on the slide number 18 on the presentation. The CFO indicated that there is a drop around the issue of the conditional grant. And then he said it's because of the type of a program it is, because it's a yearly program. You can't budget forever. But we as Finance Portfolio Committee, we know exactly that if it is reduced, it's because you have never submitted the relevant information that is being required to really gain more on the equity, on the conditional grant. So we will plead with the department that around the issue of the conditional grant, there must be never the conditional grant that will not be utilized, because it has got a big potential of losing it and not getting it. And when we look at our communities, there is a high unemployment that we have. So we plead with the department. We are doing a very good job around the issue of finances. We are happy with you. But on the service delivery side, also you need to strengthen going forward. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mayor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think when we put out for advertising of CSO, one of the CFOs, one of the things we put in there is they need to be magician, because they need to be able to do more with less. And it's becoming a bit struggle. So thank you so much for all the work that they're doing. And I think we do have some good magicians in this room. There's a couple of things, Chair, and I know you know where this question is going to come from, but we just need confirmation that 100% of this SISULU funding is coming from national. So there's no shortfall that's being carried by the province, because that was always our fight for this. Secondly, we see that obviously salaries take up a large part as in any government department, and then we now know that the 7% wage increase has been, well, it's part of negotiations. It's not finalized yet, so how is that going to impact on what we're seeing before today? Well, 7% is quite a significant increase if looking at the amount that we are spending on salaries. Then my big thing that I have been hammering on and will be hammering on for quite a while is the disaster management part of this department's responsibilities, which is becoming by the month a bigger and bigger responsibility on this department. And I think we should also just spare a thought on our brothers and sisters in Malawi and Mozambique. It's been a terrible disaster, and it's still happening as we speak. I heard what the HOD said in the beginning about there has been some recommendations and there will have to be a relook. And I do see there seems to be a slight increase in the amount spent on our Provincial Disaster Management Centre. But what is our long-term plan there? Because it's still a consistently underfunded program. And I think we need to now recognize as a community that disasters in KZN here with us each day. And it's going to get worse. And we need to be a lot more prepared than we currently are on that. Part of that is, and I heard what my colleagues said about there's not too many vacant posts in this department, yet the Disaster Management Centre standing almost at 50% vacancy, which is unacceptable. And that is something that we need to address urgently. And we also just want to know from the budget perspective, how is that being addressed? But I do note with happiness the early warning systems that is being put up, and that there's money being put aside to assist municipalities with their disaster management centers. So there is positives here, but my big concern remained that the provincial disaster management seems to be chronically underfunded.
Thank you. Honorable Mtemande.
Members of the Cogta, Finance Committee, senior officials of the administration and public administration. Some of the issues around I want to comment on terms of the how it does cover in terms of our ability to reach the talent, but also to echo the sentiments of also us, the local in the Woodland, and the big tributes which called department, all those who got behind the scenes. Able to solve the issue of things in the Woodland. The promise by the honorable MC today is actually mentioned like day. Only don't chase the because I was nearly very unpopular. It was a matter I was not going to let go until it was resolved. And I'm happy that you've got officials that have got a listening here. And the chairperson also has a part. Now that there's some silver lining or coming in terms of this matter. I just want to know whether are we still going to go a stipend route or we're going to improve what just the concept of a stipend is It's not an acceptable, but their first fiscal constraints, yes. The first choice is for them to get benefits like all employees would. But I know that we can't start there. The first step is to increase the stipend. Not that when we were they were already financed, which means the services point immediate, but that they can benefits like all employees so that they are able to have medical intervention, which every employee should enjoy. So one appreciates and thanks very much that is something that's going to be done to improve on the lodge or improve the staff with the stipend, but the bet is not one on my side. And we achieve that. But I sincerely thank all involved. I hope at some stage when the other is so that the honorable chairperson will invite his sisters. Must be informed of what department is doing for them. Moving then from that issue, saying page 19, this Amarula Festival we budgeted. We know all of the chairpersons and HR also it's the same fund festival. For me, then it's a matter of is the two departments are they are budgeting for the same event so that there's not too much money set aside for the same function. One just wanted to highlight that. And also the issue I wanted to check was the issue of the elections of the divisional councils. I don't hear any mention of it, but it was a matter that has been in the agenda. So that I should raise it, so that I get a response in terms of how we handle it, or else is it off the radar. Since one does not hear anything being said about it in this budget, and something changes.
The former MLM, the former MLM, we are now moving to Honorable Declerk as we promised. Honorable Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. Well, just on the issue of the budget itself, I know that the chairperson might ask this because she alluded to it that it seems that the budget cuts might affect some of the programs to be informed. Actually, we take note that the Induna salary was originally unfunded, and what hardship it brought upon the department. And I presume that's why it took 10 years to actually get to the point where we are today. It's because it was unfunded. Taking in consideration the fact that there's all these cuts that's been carrying through. So I don't know if you are informed that there is another unfunded mandate coming, 20 million, that will be levied against your department. This is for programs initiated by the Provincial. Taking in consideration what the MEC is also saying regarding your shortfall of money, specifically in dealing with the traditional council secretaries. If we take all of this into consideration, the 20 million, the shortfalls of money, and so on, the effect that it will have on your programs, and how will such an unfunded mandate of 20 million have on your ability to pay the secretaries. I'm very worried about that. I know it's not your fault, but you need to tell us what impact will such once again unfunded mandate has. Because as you know, even Auditor Generals with the previous one regarding the do not even questioned your financial viability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtef. I am coming to Honorable Takuda to answer. My leader, can you take your opportunity?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, mine is, a follow-up on that is in Duna. And because it's about transfers and it's ring-fence funding, just to see whether we as a committee are assured that this money will reach the right people and there won't be any controversy. Just an assurance from the department. The other is on shifts environments, and are there any that we need to take note of? Because, of course, our oversight is that we mustn't have any contraventions. On the expanded public works program, because reporting was problematic and that's why we lost money, I want to know about capacity in EPWP and how that grant is managed, because the Honourable President had said that, in order to finish projects, in order to spend efficiently, departments have to employ project managers. And I want to know exactly how many project managers does EPWP program have. And I'm saying this because in the neighborhoods, if you see of recent, and I can send the department a lot of videos on this, the neighborhoods, local residents are actually cleaning up their own spaces because they don't know what else to do, because they do require the neighborhoods to be cleaned. And I think that these opportunities should be taken up by the department, and actually for citizens who are doing this initiative, maybe they should be considered for the EPWP. Then the SONA announcement on green and solar energy. And I just needed to check what is the department's role for the announcement that solar panels were going to be now put onto RDP homes, and whether there's any unfunded mandate for the department that maybe we don't know about. And on the disaster management, my concern is the flood relief monies, because I see that there are flood relief monies, as we have been told, that are with ETIA, and that's for businesses. But what about those for the homes? And because there's a lot of people still pining for help. And the last is on the smart cities projects, just the role of the department, whether there's any unfunded mandates here. And Honourable Chair, you can correct me, but I know that we've always had unspent money for the district model programs that that monies have been allocated for, but the department could comment on these. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We are now inviting our chairperson of Cogta Portfolio Committee, which is the next person.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, Chair. Greetings to the MEC, izinduna esinazo ngaphakathi, uMagaye, induna uMalevu, nonduna uMazibuko, siyabingelela. Sibonge ukuthi nikwazi ukusijoyina today. Greetings to all honorable members who are part of this committee and the department. Chair, mine is to really appreciate the work that has been done by the the department, in particular on the issue of the back pay of izinduna, Chair. Be that as it may, as we've said, let us not lose sight and focus on the fact that izinduna that are going to be backpaid are the ones that are affected between 2013 and 2016. Because if we do not drive that program, Chair, we will find ourselves in bigger trouble. And as well, Chair, appreciate a government that listens to the plight of its own people. Sometimes I get worried, Chairperson, when you find members of portfolio committees complaining on issues of service delivery and what sometimes assist our people. We are now speaking on the assistance of the TC's secretaries, whom we all know that they get paid really, really little money. The MEC speaks about that, and you find some members talking about unfunded mandates to that. Sometimes you get worried really to say, are we here to politic or are we here to assist our people to be able to earn proper living and to assist with the issue of unemployment? But be that as it may, my worry, Chair, also is to lament on what we seem to be going to be facing as the department. As people that play oversight, we are a bit worried. We have an issue of budget cuts, Chair, which will definitely affect the department. My worry as well, Chair, is that in its own strategic workshop that they've had and their own strategy, they are going to be affected with these budget cuts, which will focus on Program 2, Program 3, and Program 4, which will make things a little bit difficult. But we will keep on requesting National Treasury to assist us with these budget cuts that we seem to be faced by different departments. As honorable members are raising lots of issues that we must play oversight, in particular, Chair, as well. Njengoba sibuye sifacwe ilento nje yokushintsha ukuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu, Chair, okubanga ukuthi sibhekane nezingxaki zemvula ezinzima ngalolu hlobo esibhekana nalo. This department's main mandate as well is assist abantu bakithi mabebhekene nalezo inkinga. But if sizoqhubeka sikwenziwa ama-budget cuts ngalolu hlobo, Chair, it's really going to be difficult, and it means ukuthi more people are going to lose their lives, because if we are unable ukusiza abantu ngesikhathi senhlekelele, Chairperson, it's a problem. So we are requesting your department, ikakhulukazi Manhleli, ne-National Financial Portfolio Committee, nisicelele ku-National Minister ukuthi khona izinto ezinye ezibaluleke kakhulu efanele sikwazi ukuthi singathemparishi ngazo. I think this province has faced quite a significant amount of budget cuts, and I don't really think that it's going to assist us. Siyacela Chair ningenelele nisikhulumele nathi wherever we can, we will. Otherwise, Chair, we are happy with this budget presentiwe incane njalo, Chair, but we know that this department will spend. They spend all their grants, they spend all the budget, Chair. Siyabonga kakhulu lokho. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wembola. Your request, humbly as it is, will have to be considered by the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, because they engage annually, at least twice a year, with the National Treasury. I hope we are going to take up those issues. Honorable Chairperson of my Scopa Portfolio Standing Committee, Honorable Governor, is your opportunity now.
Thanks, Chairperson, and greetings to all our guests and members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the department. Chairperson, I think that first we must commend the department on its spending. The funds that it had, it used well. And I think, we must give credit where credit is due. Secondly, we must also be grateful to the national government for ensuring that the amount has been allocated to the province for the back pay of Izinduna. This is a matter that has been with us for a very long time, so we do appreciate the allocation that has been given to us. But we must also commend Cogta for ensuring that it has done a proper check of the number of Izinduna so that those who qualify will get their funds. Those who do not qualify have been removed, and we now have a number in the province that we can say these are the Izinduna who receive payment. So that is very good work. However, Chairperson, I do want to raise the matter that there are 75 Izinduna, as reported on page 515 of the Green Book, 75 Izinduna where there are still some issues, right? The department is confident that it will resolve these issues, but it will amount to 16.556 million that will have to be paid to them. And what I would like to know is, where does the department look at taking these funds from? Because it says that it will adjust from within its budget. So I'd like to hear that. Then we also hear that there are vacancies of 455 Izinduna. We'd like to just get from the department what are the timeframes to fill these posts, because obviously funds will have to be paid to them, and we don't want the issue of accumulation of funds. Then I want to also just correct my honorable colleague, honorable mayor, who says that there don't seem to be many vacancies in this department. Actually, honorable colleague, there are 221 posts that are vacant, and the department is looking at filling 211 of them in this financial year. And there has been financial provision made for this. So it's not that the department is sitting on its hands in terms of vacancies. It's looking at available funds and how those would be filled. Chairperson, the last point that I want to raise is that the department, as has been pointed out by other colleagues, had to apply for a rollover, and then, in terms of the renovations for the houses of Izinduna, I'm just looking at the page, it's page 524 of the Green Book, as well as for the, as well as for the CSCs. But the problem is, and they've received a decrease in the 22-23 adjusted appropriation process. But it doesn't seem to be a problem of the department's making. That's what I'm trying to emphasize, Honorable Chairperson. It seems like there were lengthy approval processes by the Department of Public Works Bid Adjudication Committee in relation to the construction of new as well as the rehabilitation of existing CSCs, right? So this contributed to the funds not being spent, and these funds could not be implemented in 22-23. And although there was a rollover, it wasn't for the full amount, and we're also told that the department is going to have to scale down on the new CSC projects. So I think, Chairperson, we need as finance to ensure that when we meet with the Department of Public Works, we get an explanation as to how they intend addressing these lengthy processes, because they are actually costing departments by way of the funding, the limited funding that they have. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We are now handing over to the department for responses. And I would want HOD to remind you that by 12 o'clock, I need to start the hearing with vote number 6. We're handing over to you, Milady.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for all the comments that the honorable members made that taken in good spirit. And as I always say, that when you come to this committee, we come for guidance and wisdom, and we will do our best to go back and be sure that the committee will take place. And if I was to start with the matter that Honorable SISULU made, we have made an allocation of budget for increases of salary. For one department, when we were asked whether we needed more, because it would appear others had not made provision. He said, no, we had made provisions for the increases, but it was kept at 3%. Now, we don't know, we hear the talks about 7%. Oh, national government will make adjustments, but we will need 4%, not 7%. Because you've already made for an allowance of 3% because of how the indications work. We do our best, Honorable Zulu, to engage with the municipality in monitoring their projects. But let me be upfront and say, we try in the main to monitor our own project, because you will come here and say, you said you want to build this, but how are you monitoring? So unfortunately, because of the capacity constraints, we tend to focus more on ours. And we do have mechanisms of monitoring the infrastructure projects of municipality. And we will go back and assess the adequacy of the system when it comes to other entities like municipality. We will build immediate this. I think even the MEC has been engaged and said this is a matter that needs to be privatized. But I think members would recall that last time I expressed the pain that the figures that we got for the construction of immediate was in our unreasonable. Because I think one of the feeders wanted us to pay close to 4 million for rooms was we said, no, it can't be. And we made examples, said that even in urban areas, I always make an example with the colleagues and I said, where I stay in the upper highway, you get proper housing for less than 2 million. And I said, it can't be that homes were will cost us. We are entertaining an idea as to whether we make an allocation between courses, we try and build, but it's an idea which was saying so that we can fast track the construction of MSCs. Honorable Madropa, yes, there was a time in the department where the expenditure was a challenge. But for 2019-20, I think our expenditure was sitting at 98.7%. 2021, we're 100%. 21-22, we're sitting at 99.52. We would love a situation where then 100% in 21-22. But there was a year, for an example, where we received a huge amount as a grant from Treasury, but it came very late during the year. Yeah, so we were really struggling. My philosophy, honorable member, is rather than wasting the money and be fearful of coming to the committee, my personal view is that let the money go back to the fiscals and help elsewhere than you making every effort to spend money recklessly. And that has been my personal view. And I said, no. Because we members, I always say, members are human beings, and we explain to them that we got this money so late, and we can't resolve the less to spend it anyhow for the sake of paying for money. But as you correctly pointed, that what we desire for that 100% of your funds must be spent, and we'll do our best given under review. And the EPWP grant, we spend it in, I think we've said it. I don't know. I wrote a letter to the National DG for Public Works. I wrote a letter to the HOD Public and said, What is it that we must do that will ensure the increase of this 1.9? I had a meeting with the acting deputy and said, but please help me understand why are we sitting at this? Because this committee knows that the phrase chronic underspending was coined by this committee. And one of the issues that was raised sharply was the issue of the non-spending of the grants. I don't know, maybe if there is any other wisdom that you can add to that so that we can try really and increase. But we don't only end there, we have put our own 7 million over and above the 1.9 million which are presented for EPWP because that is an internal grant. And Honorable Mayor, no, the 100% pay comes from the national. Like the 100% funded by the national state government, the ones of grants, which we intend to pay from the first to the first. Yeah. Okay. And April, our systems are cleared to effect payment because when in October last year, we could see that there were indications that this money were to be paid. I said to the team, start now, putting the system in place that when the money comes, we are ready. We have made a presentation. The MEC has gone to the Regional Council and they had a payment plan. So if this money comes, this is how we're going to deal with the members that are still alive. This is what other category of those that are deceased. These are the allocations that we would have made. I think the system is ready now to effect and help us deal with this particular matter. Disaster management, Honorable Mayor, I think should be everybody's business. Than being a Cogta business alone. Really, elsewhere then, what they would say when a matter like this has been escalated to the level that these disasters are, maybe provincial government set up a special allocation for disaster management because I think we're getting overwhelmed now by these instances because after 3 months or 2 months, there's another disaster, there's another disaster. The question of the non-filling of posts, I think I did indicate, we did see the questions that you posed, and we responded truthfully to them. And one of the issues was that the issue of, we are busy now with that, especially with the disaster management vendor, especially after the directive by the Auditor General that no, we're not effectively responding. Change your structure, and we agreed to it with put the process in place. And we said we're not going to proceed with the appointments, especially for disaster management, until this process is concluded. We were hoping then that by the time at the end of the financial year, we would have adopted the structure, but we still want to be talking to the MEC about it and say this is what we've been doing for the MEC to grant blessings to it. Another complication which was raised in the last MINMEC was that National Cogta, that is the National Disaster Management Center, must come with norms. There is an absence of norms. KZN does this other province does this. We said, no, standardize. Because you can see that there's an absence of norms when it comes to the issues of the management as well as the staff structures for the Provincial Disaster Management Center. Also, MINMEC says that no, do a skills audit of your staff within PMC or within Provincial Management structure. We've done well. Our colleagues are working on it so that we can see which skill and where, so that it may also assist us in the redeployment of the staff in line with the staff structure for disaster that is being proposed. Honorable Bunene, indeed, the good news as the MEC indicates, she called me. Said, no, I must find money. And I made a certain proposal to the MEC. Said, no, this is not acceptable. I want more. So the long and short of it, I think, is going to be all smiles. That's what I can say. And you are all invited to the MEC's budget speech, where he will make the groundbreaking announcement. It is a significant improvement from where we come from. Yeah, it's a very, it will be a story of good news. Yeah. It will be. Will be it's a specific allocation from Provincial Treasury on the 250 or 350 now, 250,000. It comes, it's specifically appropriated for that purpose from Treasury. We also know that Asia has got an allocation. So we know, and then we combined the resources and duplicating. Yeah. National Council elections. Yesterday, we got now the outcome from Treasury, an appeal, because we wanted this to be on the ground. Only yesterday that we got an appeal in our favor, meaning now we can start the process of the TC election. From the day we knew that those who were appealing the merits, it's only that the system allows it for anyone who feels aggrieved to go and mess up the system of government. So we are going to make an allocation, not more than 40 million. It's less, not more than 40. So as soon as the necessary engagements would have been made, the election will kick off. Honorable Clerk, unfunded mandates of 20 million. 110 million of this we have made provision because the Premier said it's going to be for patient. So the 10 million we refer to it here for war on links. Our 10 million contribution to what the Premier has directed. 10 million war on links. Yeah. So we're going to run this along the lines of your EPWP and targeting the main particular municipalities where we feel intervention is needed. And obviously, it won't be one municipalities. We will protect the municipalities. The other 10, we were told, I think, as we were preparing for the cabinet of Cogta, really there was significant requests that were made. An observation that South Africa is engulfed with crime. No, the Executive Council said no, but it just cannot be left to the police or the Department of Community Safety. Let us all contribute because crime affects everyone. We are going to make that allocation available so that Cogta on this committee knows we've got our own challenge as Cogta, where councillors are killed, Izinduna are killed, and Amapuse are killed. So that will also be a contribution from this department to say, let it work towards the normalization and bringing the levels of crime. So this 20 million in my honorable declare, it's a cost that we can absorb in light of these priorities that was set out by the honorable Premier during the cabinet as well as the Honorable Premier in her budget speech. Honorable Advancing, the reason we're not pay this the correct beneficiaries, yeah, but we are mindful of the fact that there will be those who are taking that. Yeah, we were very mindful that we will get correspondence, we'll get threats, we'll get where everyone wants to go now. Anyone will be entitled to this, but when we made the final submission to National Treasury, it was on the basis of the allocation and we put names that this person entitled to this amount. And when we totaled, they gave us this global amount of 610 million. Nothing alarming on shifts and environments. And also EPWP for 3 gentlemen who are managing this EPWP within the department. We know that there is the INSEGA. INSEGA does the EPWP, CWP. But we've got 3 capable officers who have been doing this. I think it's Mr. Mwake, Mr. Mkize, and Mr. Malloy. So we haven't had challenges really when we have to account for EPWP, whether the money goes where it is supposed to. On the green and solar energies, yesterday we presented to the Executive Council, the MEC presented to Cabinet yesterday, what is going to be the comprehensive strategy in this program to deal with the issue of energy shortage. I think at an appropriate time, maybe the Honorable Premier will make an announcement. But he does talk to the issues of green, solar energy, and others, and what intervention that are needed for government. For an example, we are making in that strategy a call that let them be in isolation of government social infrastructure from load shedding. I think even yesterday, Saga raised it sharply that no, water and this must be exempted. Similarly, Department of Health saying the same, and everything. But our strategy does talk to this issue. And flood relief fund, the fortunate thing is that certain departments work structured for interventions like human settlement, that money get transferred to them, powers is coordinate. See that where we are is that the interventions are ongoing. Yes, in certain instances they are flowing, but they are. And I think the Executive Council has told us to say, speed up the intervention. All of you are required to. Honorable Eshele, we really do appreciate your contribution in saying, look, maybe it has always been the call that let us do our best or make calls to increase the budget. Because this is the department, when there's no water, people run to us. When there's no energy, they run to us. And for really, it's not the core mandate of the department. But we put it in our baseline budget that we have to respond to those people. Because people have got challenges. I think the call that the Honorable is making really must be supported. What do we do then when there are budget cuts? We're now schooled in terms of prioritizing your budget. That's what we do. We rob Peter and we pay Paul. When the situation is better, we pay Paul and rob Peter. Yeah. Honorable Governor, is the donor the 16% or 16 million that is being raised? It is true it arises out of particular situations, one of which is the selling of Izikoti. Izikoti is one Izikoti shared by who is the Nduna. And we phrased, we said, no, one Nduna, one Izikoti. So that is the category now that forms part of this, the amount that is being raised. Others, they are not signing in for headcount. You called it us some time back when the AG was raising this book. We said now we are introducing a system. Each Nduna before we pay, every month they must pay. You don't present yourself, please do salary. Then when you come back, we talk, oh, we're still alive. And then we make, and where there are land disputes, because there are traditional countries where land is disputed by this Nkosi and the other, and our team are forever when they're trying to try and be on this. So these are the categories of which we're alive to, and we're doing our best to resolve. We have engaged on our cabinet with the Department of Public Works, and I think the MEC has started to raise it. The Public Works is an implementer of choice, and they must build their capacity. And it doesn't look good when projects are lined up to be implemented by Public Works. You find that they are not, because expenditure like that often result in your under expenditure because you can't spend your money, which is upon line. Well, thank you very much. If I haven't, let's see.
I thought you would have self-owned was the only thing that was left out of the system. Hey, this man is always. Now, what did you chair the old Numaso? Don't say we bonnet, me bonnet. No, colleagues, I think we've come to the end of this engagement, but before we do so, I want to check with the members of the Cogta Portfolio Committee as to whether they are agreeable to this budget. I know you will. You adopted the one minus 631. So I want now to check. I'm going to go with Pixar. I'm going to go to hey, over. What's called? Honorable Zulu, what are you saying about the budget? Are you supporting the budget or not?
I support.
Thank you very much. Can I come to Honorable Mayor as a member of this committee of Cogta? Okay, I knew. You are. But no, it's easy to predict. Yeah. No, Honorable Demand, what I'm saying, my leader. My eminent. I think he's from his own era, that is a former MP. Honorable Governor, what are you saying about the Cogta budget?
Supported, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Madam Mtef, Bungani Rasmarwambi. Oh, I have looked at no bed. I want to bring a movie network here. Honorable Shinga, what are you saying about the budget? Inkosi lekhona kumele namakhosi athathe kancane.
Ayikahle isihlalo sambala. Ngiyabonga, Chairperson, I'll support the Cogta budget.
Thank you very much. I also support the Cogta budget. I hope there's no honorable member of Cogta Portfolio Committee that I left out. So, Nonto, you will send your report to Staloma Committee or Kasi Sapotili budget. Says you also is the president of MBC, is a debate. Thank you very much, honorable members, for really handling this task. No, we're dealing with two portfolio committees at the same time. So thank you very much. I guess it's showing manje ukuthi Cogta sesifinyelele emaphethelweni eCOGTA. Induna-ke ziyofika kozakwabo ukuthi ibhajethi yabo ikomiti leCOGTA livume ngongeleni ukuthi induna ikhokhele. Ngicabanga futhi ukuthi ngizwile usihlalo weSoga. Ubani abakwalifaya abantu esibakweletayo as-government kusuka enduleni lesikhathi esithile sa-2016 saqala ukuyikhokhela kuya ku-2013. Not all induna is going to get paid. Kuze ningakadali ngena induna zenkosi into ezodida on the ground. Kuzoba kanjalo. Bese niyayicela-ke futhi osakwethu ukuthi bangasho bafuna i-back pay bengakwalifai ngoba ngeke bayithole uma bengakwalifai. Kunesizwa labantu bani? Hayi, angeke bayithole ukushansi. Nami kodwa ngizozama ukufaka igama lami ngoba sengakhe emathambeni kulesi bhodi esisha. Yimini induna yakhona. Ngizoke nenduna yangakithi ngale komandeni nakwamathonsi. Ngisakhamuzi. Honorable Rajbansi, did I leave you out? I were Cogta member. I can't recall my name.
No, Honorable Chair.
Oh, I see your hand up, madam. I thought maybe I left you out because you didn't vote on the Cogta budget.
No, sorry, Honorable Chair.
Oh, okay, man. Babu Tuban and your team were going to come up as the Finance Portfolio Committee with resolutions that will hold you to account after 6 months. We are not giving you a check. The 2.4 billion rand of whatever I call 2000 so we supported the Finance Portfolio Committee. We are paying all money over the team. Now we legislature, the Finance Committee, and making the budget. In a situation, way to Kwamanya Makosi, to Kwibona Batilana. The thing is, we wanted to seek the accountability of the ring-fence money for this movement, which I can call the provincial fund. And we beg it language is strong. We'll take a resolution on that one. And the implementation and the payments to the correct people. There will be a comprehensive resolution on that one. The speeding up of the infrastructure budget so that our people will get jobs. That's what the president is saying. Because abantu bakithi beyinduna abangasebenzi abangaka ukuze bathole umsebenzi uhulumeni ufake imali kube yilo niyazi-ke nina iphupho esiyibeke ngayo sizoyivotela eShamtec ingaphezulu ka-19 billion. Sifuna-ke nemsebenzi ihambisane nalo 19 billion rand. Eyokuthatha into esizoyilokho-ke esizoyithatha ile EPWP grant eyehla njalo. Ayinyukise for mngani wami usebenza kahle khona kodwa khona for someone. Lokho kapho so ithathe resolution will be transversal. And it will be applying to you because you are going down year in and year out. And then any resolution so itata is on the impact of budget on wage agreements in case they go beyond that. SARTU still accounts to me. General Secretary of SARTU has told me that there is about to be agreement of something not less than 7%. I will forward it to you. For all public servants and the PSP. So we will have to follow up. We will follow up as to how late you are above that percent that you are allocated for yourself. On disaster management, definitely the way the resolution of that one. On in time money. That's when it's going to be an incosa I noma kulo inkosi lenduna ngiyajamba mfimani angikwazi umajaha afundiswa kanjani ngoba ngizalele emakhosini. On the role of Cogta in the rollout of the solar system green energy, as per the announcement of the Minister of Finance, and then the idea even the resolution around that one. On the DDM budget, they're sitting down on my midterm, they told you I gotta spend. It is spent haphazardly towards the end. Sifuna uma sithiza mhlekazi ngoNovember sithole ukuthi budget spending of i-DDM is that 2 million is at least at 50%. What to say was sifika nathi sebisidala kula 3 months of financial year. Then the filling of vacancies so that government has capacity to our people. And always don't understand the department. It's not leave. But that's the swap pass on the budget. They will take a resolution and other areas that the honorable member mentioned. I have been reliably informed that refreshments for lunch are available. Ngeke Cogta's boom. Ukuthi hambe ngadlile neyinduna angeke bese nasi ngoyinduna wecela yabona this budget lezo ozoyidlala lethi ikhokhelwe ikomiti lethu lemali this budget yethu sicela ukuthi bafowethu ingathulanga. Thank you very much. I'm official, they were not eating over Mumshengo. And they are diet and no, they I know, I'm sorry. Can we get refreshments? Thank you very much, sister committee members of Cogta committee. We are very proud of you. He told me I got the Oh, I know Also the mic too.
Remember, we recall that the Department of Health, together with the Department of Education, did contract some workers for the purposes of assisting in various institutions of training and also in institutions of health that are providing health services like your clinics, like your hospitals. So they were demanding that they should be permanently absorbed in the so among our response as Provincial Treasury, the memorandum that was headed over us, actually the social services sector departments, according to the presentation that we did, which are in particular education, health, and Department of Social Development. And the two departments, health and education, combined, received plus or minus 76% of the entire provincial budget, which simply means that it cannot be true that we are disregarding the social services sector department for education and health. It's a clear evidence that we are committed to ensuring that quality health care is provided and quality education is also accessible to young people in. But of course, the memorandum was not supposed to have been responded to by myself, but it was directed to the Province of KwaZulu-Natal. We had to highlight that important fact that actually we are taking care of the two as a social services sector. Of course, there are vacancies. Our criticism to departments is that sometimes they fail to fill in funded posts. If a post is funded, there's absolutely no reason why it should be. That's our take. Because everybody knows that the austerity measures need to be applied. And so that you save funds where we can, but in order for us to maximize in terms of providing delivering services out there to our Honorable Chairperson, we are also delighted that prior to this meeting, your committee is actually engaged with this. I hope there were represented. I'm all district were represented, but I'm not sure. The fact of the matter is that this government has actually now responded to what they were complaining about, thereby allocating an amount of 608,900,000 rand. Because we will be expecting the Cogta to deal with the distribution of this financial resource that we have now allocated. We will be monitoring and evaluating the service delivery of all government departments will be allocated after you have now appropriated the budget as the provincial legislature of budget. In the case, we'll be monitoring the implementation of priority projects and programs that were announced through the State of the Nation address, through the State of the Province address. We know that we are emphatic on the implementation of the economic recovery and economic reconstruction and recovery plan post the COVID-19 pandemic period, whereby all departments are supposed to be implementing 5 pillars of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. We are hoping, because that plan is actually directing us to ensure that we maximize in terms of job opportunity. We maximize in terms of ensuring that there are investments that can come back to our province. This morning, we met as even the district development this morning, whereby we made an emphasis on the fact that they, by now, as a district, they should have already established what we refer to as the district economy council, which will then assist or work collaboratively with us as the district hub in ensuring that the 5 pillars of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan are implemented at the district level. I must also hasten to indicate, honorable members, that the provincial government has now established what we refer to as the energy crisis war after the declaration by the state president of a disaster and after the appointment of the electricity minister. Our expectation then is to ensure that we intervene with regards to load shedding that is impacting negatively on businesses, on school children, on poor people. SMMEs, it is really impacting negatively. So my point, when one was afforded an opportunity to make some comments, was that even at a district level, we need to intervene and establish war rooms that are dealing with the energy crisis in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and in particular in the districts where we are champion. So, honorable members, we are ready of course to present our APP with amendments, as the honorable chairperson has alluded to that, and we are ready to engage with the full committee. We wish to highlight that we also be emphatic on the monitoring of the implementation of the infrastructure delivery management system, which is a program that is supposed to be implemented by infrastructure delivery department, by the public works, transport, human settlements, and other infrastructure delivery department. So we'll be monitoring the implementation of the particular policy position that we have adopted. Of course, we are carrying a heavy responsibility of ensuring that we keep the finances of the province on a straight and narrow path. And we appreciate the support received from the committee overseeing the financial performance of all government departments and other state-owned entities. We'll continue supporting the portfolio committee and we'll continue working together with the portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. You mentioned that a lot of things.
That's fair deception.
And it indicates that the department is serious in addressing the issues that are affecting our country. We who are one vote want your government to be more visible where the majority of our people are. It is my own knowledge that in the last research on the distribution of population in KZN, 54% by then are in the rural areas. If you focus in the urban areas, then you are leaving out the majority. And most of that majority are people who have been deprived over centuries. Then we say so with confidence as former history teachers can tell you a lot about where we come from. For the democratic government to ignore white people, it will be a very serious thing. And it means that they voted for nothing, and it cannot happen that our people are left out even close to 10 years of democracy. Thank you very much, MEC. I love it when you indicate in 11. You loved my mayor and my matter. Good to see that there. Senhlala Kolisa Kamusa matter. So we lobby them, speak to Taban and also my mayor in Mandela to find out if they are establishing the same at the local municipality level. And we are spearheading all these things as individuals who are respected in the one areas ourselves. So HOD and your team would want to hand it over to you and your team to take us through the amendments that have been implied by my MEC, which you might not have dealt with as the portfolio committee. The rest that we have no problems with, and then please, if they would all want to exhaust your energy automatically, would want the honorable members to know the amended areas so that we allow them to vote in favor or against your APP. But you start in that system. Thereafter, once the APP with its amendments is made known to us, then we will then request you to table the budget that is going to make sure that APP is implemented. So Madam HOD and your team are handing over to you on the first part, which is the APP, focusing specifically on the amendments.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable VC, members of the committee, and the Treasury. Honourable Chair, the APP, as you know, goes through quite a thorough review by the KOD, Office of the Premier. We've taken in those comments. We also asked the Auditor General to have a look at our first draft, and we received some inputs on that. We also, as a team, looked at some of the indicators. Historically, we had quite a number of indicators which we believed were quite operational. Those have moved into the operational plan. And also, we tried to revise some of the indicators to not just have number of reports all the way through, but actually to rather indicate the impact of those reports. What analysis is it actually doing? What is it helping to achieve the oversight role of the UK's Treasury? So what we have in this presentation is a combination of what the budget is going to be buying in terms of strategic focus areas. If you will allow us to kind of combine the two together, because it will give you a good sense of what we have done. In terms of our strategy, we haven't made major changes to the 5-year strategy. Our vision and mission have stayed the same. Our impact statement has stayed the same. Values are consistent. We've just enhanced some of the wording of the impact statements. Again, this was feedback that we received from some of those reviews. So it was just to strengthen them, but it doesn't change the strategic focus that we are undertaking. Again, we always include the slide 3, which is what our service offering is, because as we know, we aren't necessarily a service delivery department, but however, we do play that support role to all the other departments to ensure that they're actually able to perform their duty and ensure that they deliver these services in the best possible way. We indicate the various services that we have. We also indicate there, because there is a strong focus on vulnerable groups, and while you may not necessarily see targets, etc., in every single area, there is an underlying theme. You'll see it in the technical tables where our targets are around vulnerable groups, particularly with, if we look at our BEE scorecard. I will get to that in this slide, and I'll just highlight some of those. So we also needed to update the APP in line with the most recent SONA, also the budget, the Cogta that we had. We needed to make sure that we incorporated all of that information in the APP, and it's been quite a comprehensive review, and I think the final document is nice and clear, and it takes us forward in terms of looking at strategic issues that we need to look at. Slide 5 is just a reminder to the members in terms of what is our 5-year strategic outcomes and where are we, and it's really focusing around audit outcomes, fiscal sustainability of the province, improved governance, and specifically looking at assurance and internal controls in departments as allows of defence, improved participation of targeted groups in the economy, and improved and sustainable infrastructure delivery, which is what the NEC touched on in terms of the IDMS. So that's a five-year, and as we know, we have the final year of that 5-year, and we're tracking very well against that in terms of the targets that have been set in this respect. So, Chair, if you'll allow me, I'm going to interact. It's going to be me and the CFO interacting as we change. We're going to present overall the budget and then the budget for each program, and then I'll talk about the strategic focus for that program, and then we'll move to the second one, if you're comfortable with that approach.
Yeah, we are comfortable, but with the request that you summarize it, because it is of our view that there is very, very mixed that will change. Very mixed that will change. So for us to go through the same thing, time and again, doesn't have. And I want to save time, that's one. Secondly, we are very much worried as a finance portfolio committee on this road condition entry, especially in the late and it's highly risky. So we want honorable members and officials before cabinet protected for truck drivers that drive recklessly when it is late. From around 3 o'clock onwards, they are terrible. I don't know why they are so interested, but we'll hear from you. We'll hear from you.
Good morning, members, NEC and colleagues. Slide 6, let's look at the first reading the budgets of the next financial year. Basically, what it indicates are the baseline changes over the MTF period. If we look at the budget, you'll see that the baseline change with the increase of about 6 million rand. Below it was budget cuts, which was implemented with about 8.5 million rand. And suspension, which is increasing our budget for the next year, which will be once off. So it is increasing from 672 to 678 in 2024. Then if you look at 24, 25, it's 706, and in the outer year 25, 26, it's 785. Our department does not have transfers of conditional funding in the current year, and also we do not have any agency receipts. We also do not have any infrastructure project plan for the department except supporting those departments that do infrastructure, as the HOD has indicated. If we move to slide 8, slide 8 gives us the summary of the departmental budget in terms of program for work as a whole. If we look at it, our budget in the main does not increase, it is going down. And we think that those discussion and I highlighted it. So I think as a prioritization between the programs to see where the pressure is, then we will cut down and assist another. For instance, program 3 was showing pressure under transversal systems and banking. So we had to cut down program 1 from the office of the HOD to increase program 3 to make sure that we are able to pay teachers and children fast and design the financial systems that we are using as province. Program 2 slight increase because we had to put aside money for job massification program that happened last year will be headed by our NEC. About 10 million rand is going to the project. And the program 4, there is a slight drop. You will see it's going down from 106, moving from 116 million to 108. It did indicate in our earlier engagement that there was suspension of funds that came from 21-22 to the current financial year, so it's falling off, hence you see that drop. Over and above the drop, it's budget cuts that were implemented in December. Then the last program, municipal finance, as well, has suspension of funds that came from the previous financial year, 21-22, Hence, we see it's dropping from 85 down to 773 million. Overall, it still comes back from 684 million appropriation for the current financial year is 670, which represents the check. The next slide, on slide 8, is basically a pie chart that indicates how the budget of the department is split as the blue shaded area is compensation of employees, which are salary related costs. Treasury is mainly operating services through providing support to departments, either be it from internal audit, which the staff that goes out, operating municipal finance, going out and assisting municipalities, program through budget office, we have got budget analysts, and also economists. Mainly, we are labor intensive, hence we see our COE is delivering goods and services. If we move to the next slide, it's program 1. Program 1, as I've already indicated, we had to cut office of the HOD to assist program 3. Hence, you see overall total budget of program 1. If you compare main appropriation for the current year to 23-24, it's moving from 225 down to 214. Mainly it's that plus the budget cuts that were implemented in December. And if you go to economic classification, you will see that happening along the line item goods and services. Goods and services moving from 102 million down to 93 million. Over and above that, it's budget cuts. Then next slide simply indicates the split between our budgets. It's almost 50-44. Yes. The blue area is COE and goods and services in the red. And we also indicating the line items themselves where this budget goes to on the right-hand side a graph. Then we move to program 2. Program 2, there is an increase in program 2 I've already indicated mainly along economic analysis, which house infrastructure. There's job classification project of about 10 million. That's why we see that increase from 53 total budget of program 3 to 61. We move to the next slide on the program 2. We see the line item where the money is allocated to goods and services. You'll see that it's moving from 7 million to 15. There was internal reservation as well that happened within this unit. Then below it, slide 15. It's the pie charts and the bar charts that indicates how the budget is split in terms of economic classifications. And the main item that received the budget of the department indicated compensation of employees is the highest, then agents and support in the program 2, which are mainly outsourced services, consultant services that takes most of the budgets. Then the other listed items are there. Then I will allow the issue to.
Okay, just in terms of the highlights of the APP changes, in terms of program 1, we removed quite a number of indicators. We believe they were quite operational. However, we have included in program 1 our commitments to procurement spend. Before we would say number of procurement reports, now we've changed it to a percentage of spend on vulnerable groups. And then also in terms of on the HR aspects, we've also been included in terms of the vulnerable groups indicated from our women, gender representation, youth, and disabled. We've got targets that are included in this year. Then in terms of program 2, around fiscal sustainability, this is where we're saying we wanted to pilot for zero-based budgeting in Provincial Treasury and 2 other departments. I just wanted to highlight that. Gender-based budgeting, we're still waiting for National Treasury, because as you know, it's a national system that we use in terms of budgeting. I'm just highlighting the key areas. We also wanting to ensure that we can support the rationalisation of public entities because we haven't been that involved in the process after we did the initial assessment. So now we are busy with the board certification and the recommendations and reviews of the business cases that are coming through. Also, the issue around the Eclata stock requires our attention. And coming out of the report, there was a discussion around how donations are managed and things. Then in terms of the institutionalisation and advocacy of the IDMS, that's something that we are going to be focusing on. Also, the government precinct is something that we have put funding, as you would have seen, will be carried into next year in terms of the transaction advisor. We are making some progress in that respect. And then, as the CFO indicated, we are going to be implementing the job massification, where we are looking at construction graduates to assist with condition assessments and plans. So those are the key areas in terms of program 2.
Program 3 planning system, if we look at program 3, you'll see sub-program number 2, assessing the abilities, is increasing from 14 to 20, 14 million to 20 million. And systems and interlinked is increasing from 101 to 180. Those are the sub-programs that I spoke about earlier that had to receive funding because they were mitigating pressure. However, the funding that they received, they had to cut on program 1 to make sure that they are able to meet their operational needs. The other sub-programs within program 3, the experience budget cuts, you will see that they are slightly dropping. Other than that, we move to program to slide number 19. You will see that income services is increasing from 111 to 127 million. That is the changes that happen within this program. Thank you, Chair.
In terms of the APP, again, this is something where we consistently are part of the audit improvement program. So again, every year we review that strategy in terms of the focus areas, what has come out of the audit reports, what are the challenges that our departments are facing, what interventions do we and support do we need to provide. So that's obviously something that gets re-looked at every time. We also think that there's a need to provide some kind of capacity building for the new executive authorities and some of the key HODs to ensure that there's an understanding of the oversight role that they should be playing. Then in terms of SCM, we know that proposed regulations were issued, so there's a lot of work in the capacity building to ensure that there's a thorough understanding. And we also want to start escalating the reports that we produce around where is our procurement spend as a province. We want to take that through to Cabinet. The procurement bill is going to be a critical document that we want to ensure we really consult widely and that we give inputs in that regard. And then contract management, we know, is one of the biggest causes for irregular expenditure. So again, there will be a lot of support around contract management. And then, of course, the bid appeals tribunal, we need to ensure that that remains an effective body because it can delay service delivery.
Program 4, the budget is dropping from 116 million overall to 108. Reason for that, budget cuts that were implemented plus once-off suspension of funding came from financial year 21-22. If we move to the next slide 24, it's indicated that if you look at line item goods and services, you'll see that goods and services is dropping from 27 million rand down to 21 million rand. Then the next slide would be the pie charts, and the pie charts that simply indicates the split of the budget. The economic classifications and the line items.
In terms of the APP, or again, the shared services for internal audit and risk management for the province, every year we have to develop a plan that gets engaged with the respective accounting officers in terms of their risk profile, in terms of the audit findings, and what are the concerns by the departments in terms of where they would like us to focus. So those plans get signed off before the beginning of the year. Some of the focus areas for the next year that we feel are important is infrastructure in terms of value for money. Also on the use of consultants, particularly public works, transport, agriculture, and Cogta. Consequence management as well is an important area that is coming up. Tracking of how departments are dealing with the audit findings. In all the audits, we will be mainstreaming vulnerable groups. That's also another key focus area. Risk management still needs a lot of work and a lot of support by ourselves, including at a municipal level. And then we also want to enhance the reporting by the audit committee to the executive authorities. We really want to make sure that there's that empowerment and understanding and to strengthen the internal control framework.
Last quarter, municipal finance, the budget as well is decreasing from 85 million rand down to 72 million rand. As I've indicated, we have seen suspension of funding that came from 21-22 financial year. And over and above that, because it's not proceeding to the next financial year, they are experiencing budget cuts as well that we implemented across all programs. If you look at the next slide, slide 28, you will see that goods and services line item is decreasing from 30 million rand down to 17 million rand. There was also some reservation that was done of funding moving from goods and services up to SISULU. Then the next slide would be simply indicating the split of the budget between economic classifications, goods and services and SISULU, then the line items. Chair, in conclusion, the Road 6 budget is decreasing overall, but we are facing a challenge of the budget as also the inflation increase is really affecting the operation. Thank you very much.
And just in terms of the last APP for Program 5, this is obviously the main support team. Again, the focus of the support team is based on their analysis of not just the audit outcomes, but the financial analysis and the monitoring that we do throughout the year. The team then also consult with the rest of the programs in Provincial Treasury so that we have a comprehensive approach. We also engage the Cogta to make sure that we're not duplicating our efforts, as well as engaging the Auditor General in terms of their areas of concern and focus. We then take that through to the MEC for her then to sign off on that plan. So most of the areas are consistent with what you would have seen previously, except we now have a revenue enhancement team, which we never had before. And so that will assist hopefully with the issue around debt management and revenue enhancement in municipalities. We're also hoping this year to sign off on the longer waiting MOU with Cogta. Our MEC has looked at it, she has signed off on it, we're now just going to wait for our colleagues at Cogta. Chairperson, we then have other slides which I'm not going to take you through. Those are the actual indicators with the targets for the APP. But I thought we just present the high levels strategic focus areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether there are additions from the whole team, because the two leaders were making the presentation on the APP side as well as on the budget side. I wanted to check if there is no addition. It seems as if there is none. Why this tension? I promise that there should be refreshments. Yeah. Having a working lunch, I was eating alone. That's why I couldn't continue eating, because people were looking at me. You know. Yeah. So, colleagues, it seems as if there are no additions. We are handing over to the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee to pose questions of clarity in both the amended parts of the APP as well as the runs and sales of this department. Yeah, they're cutting the program. Any questions and comments, honorable members? Is Honorable Deputy Clerk will be followed by Honorable Zulu, Alamile, and then Mayor, my lead. Honorable Akurash Barnes will be followed by Honorable Governor, in that order of the honorable members.
Thanks, Dave. A bit confused. This morning, early, we had an analyst. I asked her about some under expenditure. She then said that there is some under expenditure on compensation of employees. She's proudly then explaining to me that this saving is then used for other uses. And she also said that it is a positive cash, it leads to a positive cash balance. Today I hear the MEC saying that the department actually chastised other departments for failing to fill funded posts. Would you be able just to explain to me why this discrepancy between what the analyst explained and what the MEC is saying? Thank you.
Honorable Makeba.
Yeah, questions to Honorable MEC and the team. We were kind of being familiar with the presentation because they are all more the oversight we are playing. But obviously, I fully concur with the CFO. The budget cuts are we can now feed it because things are going up, yet what you have left. But on the APP, each of the percentage spent on vulnerable groups, I think we among the things that we are ready to support change. Because, I mean, if it's not the government that they will taking care of the who else other than ourselves, so we ready to support that particular intervention. Under the leadership of the new Makoti was
Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. And as the MEC, I'm the younger Pretty and Rogers today. And he has grilled me well, and what I'm supposed to ask him. The first question is, and it is something that's very important, and I did hear the MEC refer to it, is the austerity measure circular that came out a few years ago. Is that still fully in place? And is that fully adhered to by all the departments? I see this is a rough question. Secondly is regarding to the Department of Education's overdraft, which seems quite significant. How is this funded? Is interest being paid on it, and how will it be settled? And linked to that, is cash blocking still being implemented? And if so, how did this overdraft then come about from the department? And then lastly is regarding, looking at the chairperson, was now he's going to smile, regarding zero-based budgeting. I'm the puppet today. Regarding zero-based budgeting, what is the plan? When will this be implemented? How will this be implemented? And where will it start? Thank you so much, chairperson.
Thank you, my leader.
In Latin, we say, qui facet per alium, facet per se. Those that act through another is deemed to have acted themselves.
Yes. When I asked you if you commit a crime, or haven't been misled by Honorable Rogers. Honorable Thakur Rajpanse. Honorable Rajpanse, is your turn, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is concerned with respect to the contingency budget. And the reason is that, we are aware of the growing disasters in the province. And I do appreciate the Honorable MEC's remarks when it comes to the energy crisis that we have. So there's two questions here, and the one is about these war rooms, because I know that these are controlled at municipal level, and Cogta plays oversight on it. But the thing is that given the sonar remarks by the Honourable President about the solar panels and how to, the steps being taken by the national government to roll out this plan, I wanted to know where in the picture then does Provincial Treasury actually come in, because what is the role of Provincial Treasury? The type of intervention that's going to be done. And the reason I'm asking this is because obviously there's this question of the independent power producers, and who is going to, how are these contracts going to work? Who's going to pay it? Is it going to come out of our contingency fund? Is it going to be the Office of the Premier? Is it going to be Cogta or Salga? Basically, we need to have an idea of where this funding is going to be and who's going to monitor it. And of course, with that runs the water problems that the province faces. And therefore, because remember, the water issues, like the electricity issues, impacts on businesses and our economy here. And therefore, I really need to know, what are the plans for that? Now, all these affects the contingency budget of the province, and what are we doing or how is that endangered? Because we need a realistic view. But on the other hand, I just want to make a comment on the APP and the amendments, and I welcome it because I think that we do need to have practical amendments to the indicators, especially things that are workable, and indicators that actually will make it easier for MNE in the province. So that is really welcome. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Carpenter, you are the last one.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, just a few things. Firstly, I think, the under expenditure of the 22-23 budget by 17.585 million is a concern because it's linked to the non-filling of vacant posts. And I see that the department is projecting to fill 79 posts. And these have been budgeted for over the NTEF. We want to hold the department to that because it also affects the functioning of the department. But in that context, Chairperson, I also want to, I've been looking at the Green Book and going through it, and I don't know if I've missed something. One of the severely depleted units in Treasury is the forensic investigations one. And I don't seem to see provision made there for the filling of any posts, but I could have missed it. So I'd like some feedback on that. Then I'm very glad that there's 10 million that's allocated for EPWP. And, this amount, a portion of this was suspended in 22-23, but now that this has been allocated, I think it is very good because Treasury certainly can, in rolling out this EPW, and we must caution, of course, that the money must be used because it's only for 22-23, 23-24. But this is welcomed. So, Chairperson, those are the matters that I wish to raise. I think that the plan of Treasury is a good plan, and it provides good support. And I'm glad that they're looking at boosting the infrastructure crack team because this plays an important role in the province as well. Chairperson, that's my bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one seems to be supporting me on the frustration that I have since the introduction of the 2 million of EDM, the spending thereof that was given to each government department. My own assessment is that when we go to Mtef and scrutinize the spending of the budget in the whole government, we will find out that that money is not at the 50% benchmark after 6 months. And it will be spent from January, when we are left with about 2 months towards the end of the financial year. I would want to find out specifics on the Provincial Treasury as to whether when we are scrutinizing your budget by November this year, will we find you at the 50% benchmark rather than to spend for the sake of spending? I don't know whether this 2 million is entering the 3rd year now, but we've been noticing that that is a problem. And we are consistent. I'm consistent in raising that because I see it as a problem. When money is spent for the sake of spending after November, when January is gone, you can't even count it, but only February and March. I wanted to get the assurance on the Provincial Treasury around that one. That was the only issue when I prepared to engage you on Sunday. I came to that was the only one. I was clarified on the 14.6 of the suspended fund. We wanted to pack it, and then we accounted for it and changed it. We are very happy about it. Lastly, just a comment on the amendments of the APP. Would want really to appreciate that because those areas have been neglected in government for a very long time. Vulnerable groups, talk about children and women. And what about the old men, retired old men who are vulnerable, who want to be in that category as well. And they don't think we're strong. When we are no longer working, we become very much vulnerable. So we must be brought in that group of the vulnerable ones. So, colleagues, that's what we wanted to raise, and we'll get the responses to these few questions that were posed.
Okay, thank you very much to all the members for posing questions to the political committee. Of course, they can all respond to technical questions. And I wish to say that we will follow up on the 2 million grants allocation. So maybe I can respond on my behalf. What have we utilized our 2 million grants on? The other members would recall that one is deployed in the district of which is composed of 4 local municipalities, which is your Dwedwe, Mandeni, Wadroboza, Kamafundu. Then we decided to allocate through projects an amount of 500,000 rand per each municipality. In other words, honorable members, if the projects have had to do with agricultural delivery projects in those 4 municipalities. So this is what I can account for. I cannot account for other colleagues. They will have to make a follow-up on what is it that they are doing with regards to them. Perhaps in the next engagement, we can now say in what proposal project is located in this particular ward. In Wamapumulo, the project is located in this particular ward, so that when the honorable members are doing their oversight on what the honorable chapters raised, they are aware of where the funds that were allocated have been, how have those funds been utilized. With regards to the question that was posed by Honorable de Klerk, yes, it does happen that when we recruit potential candidates to fill in for posts in the department, sometimes we recruit, we appoint, they become poached. Like what is happening in our department of Finland. We fill in a position, another department, SARS will poach from us. Other government departments will poach for us. Municipalities will poach from us because of the intense upskilling of our workers. They know they are poachable. They are very, very much poachable. So hence we even failed to utilize what was allocated to us. We failed to allocate to spend what was allocated to us because of that. We strongly believe that sometimes for other departments, it does happen that they also face delays in their recruitment processes. We are emphatic on saying, if a post is vacant, that post needs to be filled. Sometimes attrition is caused by natural deaths. There are many accidents right now. You recruit a person, tomorrow he dies. You recruit another person, advertise again. It just does happen that you face a number of challenges when it comes to filling in. But we continuously encourage colleagues in various government departments to ensure that they fill in those posts. But we are really noticing something very, very untoward with regards to our department, Provincial Treasury, of poaching, deliberate poaching that is happening in the Provincial Treasury right now. But we will continuously, recruit and try to fill in those posts.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the members for the questions. Just to add on from the last point that MEC's raised around the filling of posts, in the last one, in the current year that we're in now, we filled 70 positions. But if you look at our vacancy rate, it hasn't shifted because of the issue that MEC has raised. Some of them are internal candidates. Some instances, people didn't accept the offer because they used that offer to stay where they were and get a higher salary. So you'll find that we've been talking about this leaking bucket. So we did actually complete 70 posts. So the numbers that we're talking for the next financial year are definitely achievable, and we'll certainly see a shift in the COE spend. As we indicated, we're looking at 80% of our procurement spend going to designated groups. And we've actually achieved more than that in the past few years. When we look at our BE verification, we've actually done exceptionally well through the CFO's office. Looking at the cost-cutting circular, the reason we were smiling at each other, this is a burning issue with all departments. Currently under review. I think also at the time, I think it was 2008 was when we first introduced it. I think we were the first province in the country to introduce that, and that was because we were cash strapped as a province, and we needed to look at areas where we could reduce the spending. So we're currently reviewing that, and then accounting officers will be approving the necessary transactions that will be captured on that circular, and as Treasury will then play our role of monitoring and oversight. I think the challenge we've got at the moment is that we feel that we sort of stepping in the domain of the executive authorities and accounting officer space, and it needs to be clear in terms of what our role is. In terms of Department of Education, it's a book overdraft. So it's not a physical cash overdraft in the bank. What they do is they hold back the invoices so they've got invoices for March now. Currently, they'll process the expenditure. So it shows overspend in their financial statements, but the physical cash does not go off the bank yet until the first week in the new year. So they use the money of 23-24 to pay for expenses last year. So it's a cash book overdraft. We do cash block, so they do not go into overdraft, and they have not incurred any interest in that regard. The only area we can't cash block is COE, but obviously we only transfer the amount to the departments as per the appropriated budget. In terms of zero-based budgeting, what we indicated in the APP is that we will be piloting it at the Provincial Treasury, and then 2 departments. We still have to engage our MEC and those departments in terms of their state of readiness. So there will be 3 departments that will be piloted next year. In terms of the contingency budget, as the MEC indicated in his speech, we acknowledge it's probably the lowest it has been, but we have analysed the public entities, and we see that they spend, as this committee noticed as well, the spend of public entities was quite low. They're also sitting with large accumulated surpluses. So we want to do a thorough analysis of those and use that funding to increase the contingency budget. In terms of war rooms, I think that really is a competency of Cogta. As Treasury, we do play an advisory role, particularly where municipalities are exploring PPPs, for example, or they're looking at obtaining external financing. They have to get Treasury's approval and input on that process. And I know, for example, we have been working with Etiquette in this regard. Then I think in terms of the budget, the forensics function shifted to the Office of the Premier a few years ago, and that's why you won't see any allocation of funding or any APP indicators in that regard. And I think that's all the issues. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if my team wants to add.
There was a question on the role of the Provincial in one of these. Actually, I wish to indicate that to the previous disaster rehearsal, our role was to conduct a pre-audit assessment. But the pre-audit assessment intervention law, whereby we would indicate to colleagues in the executive council that actually you, according to the specifications that you advertised, you said the potential service providers should provide you with these requirements, you know. But when you now you're awarding a service provider that didn't provide this, you know, and then they will go back and then correct all those things, even before they award, for pre-award assessment. And that's what we're doing according to the Provincial Council's directive. So we are still hopeful that perhaps they are going to instruct us to do the same thing now at all levels, because we're doing with infrastructure delivery, service delivery departments in particular, without excluding other departments, and we're focusing. That's the department. So we hope we will be playing the very same role. The war room was only established yesterday, you know, so it will, the premier, it's going to be presided over by the premier, who will be the convener of the war room. Then Cogta will play a role of coordinating, because the Provincial Disaster Management Center belongs or falls under Cogta. So Cogta NBC will coordinate, but when it comes to a meeting of the provincial executives, the premier will then preside over the program.
Again, there was no question to answer. And no one is brave enough to ask you a question. Because of the track record. No, colleagues want to finish now. I want to finish now. Yes, Honorable myself, and then the Honorable Thanks.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Thanks to the MEC for the responses and the HOD and your team. I think we are doing very well, but that's under expenditure that has been explained. And if we cannot see it next time, in particular on the issue of the COE, because we are facing the unemployment is high. But Chair, what I wanted to contribute on, you said we are not supporting you to ask the question of 2 million. We were quiet because we raised questions in the OTP, in the Premier Portfolio Committee, around the issue of the 2 million. I have to indicate in this meeting that this 2 million came as a result of the OTP. We went for OSS war rooms oversight. When we reached Kandla, nobody understood, including councillors, what war rooms are, despite the fact that one councillor is also the champion of the ward, the war room in his or her own ward. Our concern was around the issue of the resources and inconsistency around the different municipalities when you visit. Others, they've got resources, they can keep information because their secretaries maybe CW is here. So they have those people that are secretaries. In other war rooms, you find that it's just a community person that is having the paper to write the minutes, which, you know, sometimes if this paper gets lost, it's not working. So our concern, we came back and raised this issue with the then Premier, Honorable Zigalala, to say what we found there, because we went in different municipalities. It's really not acceptable. We asked why it was like that. The DG responded to say that when this OSS and war rooms were started, there was a budget, but there was no more a budget directed to the OSS war rooms, war rooms. So we proposed as the Office of the Premier Portfolio Committee that the budget
budget must be in place. So on the first one, I think it was 2020, 21, if I'm not mistaken. The 2 million was budgeted and given to the champions of different districts to say that they must fix this thing of war rooms, so that because others were not having even the office to work on. So this money was given. And then when we asked, when we were making an oversight, what did the MECs do about those monies that were budgeted? They said, no, it was not clear. So they were not directed to war rooms or OSS. That's the response we got. And now, again, when it is given, we were told. That's why we didn't ask the question, Chair. We were told that now it's directed on giving resources to those people that are working in the war rooms so that they can be effective. You get reports that are ethic when you get the reports. But we were going to go back to the OTD because we asked on the 3rd of March to say, what is this money doing? Can they update us? We requested the report around that particular matter because it's like there is no uniformity and the understanding to say when you give the champion, what are they going to do? They are supposed to focus on the war rooms, whether they are working, what resources are required. We even said on the report that came on the OSS functionality, we even said that even those different people that are working in different departments, like CDW, they must also distribute them evenly, even the other ones that are working there, so that the war rooms are effective. That's why the war rooms are not working, because there is the budget that is being given is not directed to what we propose it to go. So we'll check with the DG. How come that she promised us that now we'll get a positive report, but it was specific. It was like a conditional grant, that is supposed to deal with the issue of OSS and warrants. Thank you.
Honorable Declerk.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to be quick. Firstly, the answer regarding the filling of posts doesn't bring any confidence because these answers has been there for years. Takes a long time by departments, and this department saying poaching will stop. It's just like a fatalist explanation every time. Nothing we can do. Takes time, will be poached. So to me, will continue. It has been like this for literally more than 10 years. So surely it's important that you look at the plan. How to retain people? I mean, it just cannot be that they poach easily. Why? Why don't they want to stay in this wonderful department? You see, there's a reason why. And if you don't deal with it, you'll come every year and say these two explanations. And just then on the education department, issue on the book overdraft, what happens at the end of the financial year? If their payments are held back, you see the problem? So to answer that it is just a book overdraft, it's neither here nor there. It's going to hit that department at some stage. Thank you.
Your colleagues who have asked your questions, not declared, we'll have to. I found this thing when I came here. I can mention to you a number of treasury officials that have been poached by departments and the AG. I can give you names. I know all of them. This leaking bucket system, if you perform, you must know it will hit you. And then you will employ someone because everybody is looking at you as a performing somebody, will poach on you. Go to the school that I heard at.
It will never change.
And find out how many people were taken to lead the other schools because they knew AK school is one of the best in the country. So treasure of KZN, I'm not joking when I say this thing. with confidence. Out of the 11 treasuries we have, 10 treasuries we have, there is none like KZN. I'm serious about that. That's why they stopped those processes where we as chairpersons of committee would be invited to Cape Town, meet the minister and whatever. Everyone would say, but the presentation of KZN is the one that we are not understanding how to do it and all the stuff. When you perform, you will be having a problem of other people who want to build through you. That's what it is. Colleagues, that's what it is. We are going to come up with resolutions, and there will be a transversal resolution on the issue I am raising on the 2 million. I'm not interested in the history of that thing and whatever. My responsibility as a member of the Finance Portfolio Committee is spending in line with the trends of government. I am saying this without any fear of contradiction. The majority of our government departments by November are caught napping as far as the spending of the 2 million. I can prove it. You can go and can get you a close-out report. You will see what I'm talking about. That's why then it will be running away for the spending for the sake of spending. No, I don't have a problem with what my embassy has indicated. That's what we want to see. If you spend it before November, but to spend 10%, like I can show it to you through my own Facebook, you will be surprised. This is what the principle that I'm fighting. That's the principal part. I know in my own district, it would be exhausted. 4 municipalities, 500,000 each, and then it's gone. That is fine. The question, as my embassy is indicating, is monitoring as to whether it is serving the purpose. This is what we want to see happening. We will have a transversal resolution until this thing of underspending along the benchmark of the 2 million is corrected in government. That's our responsibility as oversight structure. We'll take that resolution. It will be transversal. The second one that we are going to take is on the 10 million. Yeah, we will be calling another transversal resolution that will be calling for the full accountability of that money for dealing with crime and job creation. It's a new thing and a very brilliant idea, but we would want it spent in order to achieve the objectives. The third one that we are going to be the checking with the majority of government departments is the rollout plan of the solar system as announced by the minister. In this state of disaster, someone has stated a state of what? State of emergency. Yeah, we're laughing good thing. Yeah, of the state of disaster. Would want to check, it cannot implement itself. People must be explained to and whatever. You are critical as the Provincial Treasury to assist government and Cogta as well around the question of that one. Remember the rebate part and whatever. So we don't want our people to complain forever about the issue of power. When their own government is talking about the rebate, I'm busy myself making plans to procure a huge solar system for my own house so that I get that part of the maximum of 15,000 rand. So, but our people must be educated so that they don't rely on electricity that will take some time to fix, as the solar the sonar indicated. So wanted just to check on that one. We'll take a resolution. As fish in a number of government departments because one government to assist our people. I live in an area of very, very few dark-skinned people. I'm hearing that people believe that I don't have load shedding. They believe that it's government that puts solar system. I put it myself. I told you I'm putting that thing so that I've isolated everything. It's only my house that has got lights.
I taught you about it.
Yeah, it's only my house that has got the lights. When there's load shedding.
Yeah.
I will watch my soccer in TV, my TVs. I will my fridge. I will get my cold beer from there and all that stuff. Nothing like that, you know. And people believe. I decided that consciously, no, I cannot rely on this thing called ESCOM. Now I'm building in the rural areas, and I want a huge thing that will isolate everything that have got nothing to do with this ESCOM. That's my plan. Huge budget for your information. Then, no, it's my own man. It's my own man. I'm getting paid every month. I'm not a volunteer. But I spend my money wisely. And on the issue that people are raising, on the filling of vacancies, we will insist. We have insisted in the past. We'll continue insisting because we are running away from one eventuality. When you run at a skeletal staff, after a long time, people will be burned out. When people are burned out, they have got no will to work anymore. They are going to be there, come on time at work, sleep in the computer, and do all those things. So we are going to have that transversal resolution that will call upon the Provincial Treasury to account on as well. So colleagues, now coming to the thing that I want us to do. I want to find out if there is anyone who is moving for the adoption of the amended APP. Yes, Honorable Secure.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to propose that we accept the amended APP for further. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Madam.
Chair, I support.
Thank you very much. I don't see any opposition. Now I'm coming to the budget. No, the clerk has never done so. It's a very reliable member of the Finance Portfolio Committee. My defense. Yeah, shame. It's too early, my bro. It's too early. Now on the budget, I want to check each one of you as to whether you support this leaked budget, a KwaZulu-Natal of the Provincial Treasury. I will start with you, Makela M.
We support the budget.
Thank you.
We amended.
When I come to Honorable de Klerk, my bro,
We support.
Honorable Zulu P.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mazopa.
Thank you, Chair. I support.
Honorable Mayor.
Hi, Chairperson, because of
Maybe I'm sure. I'm not sure.
He's scared of the boss. Scared of my boss.
I have
That's fair. Honorable Governor, what I was saying about the budget.
Supported, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam. Honorable Thakur Rajbansi, what I was saying about the budget.
Supported, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I also support the budget without any reservation. Mayor, was I've scrutinized it. Colleagues, I think we've come to the end of this engagement. We want to thank you, Honorable Members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, for being here in the morning. And please remember tomorrow, I think it's 3 departments, if my memory serves me correctly. Yeah. Yeah, but they are short ones. I've gone through the stuff. Except transport that have been done. Ayilokho kade ngikhuluma izona ngisapothe mhlali wamanje. Yakho ukuthi ngikhulumile kahle. Lokho-ke kodwa ngikhazafuna comment. There's one to thank you, Honorable, newly promoted, newly appointed MBC for financing cases. Mamu Peke. I'm from Mamu Peke. That's a very kind. Honorable, friend, my HOD and the whole team. Thank you very much. And my friends from the legislature staff, my boys, yesterday I told you the reports will be submitted by tomorrow. They were submitted yesterday. No, they were not submitted. They were submitted to Treasury, to Lomkos a long time ago. You know, people don't want, they would want to name and shame us for nothing. Those things were submitted to the officials of the legislature. So that's why I made the commitment that by tomorrow, all of them shall be submitted. Because I know they are there. And I have checked on each one of them. And they were submitted long time ago. So thank you very much, honorable members. A safe journey even to those who are going through the entry. Young tell us one.
Tomorrow, strong go tomorrow.
Yes.
Can you ask them for a big favor to clear the road? If they are chancing regular expenditure, I want to go.
And what is bad about it? It's terrible, guys. Mama, let's say, Siyabonga ke-Chase.
Thanks, Chair.
I usually just go around and I usually and I know bad that thing is thank you.
you.